Yes, do you want my typical AV?
And then she said,
drobná rež, darmo sa ty moja milá za mnou dreš. Rež, drobňučka, ešte si ty moja milá maločka. Heja, heja, heja. Hopa, hop. Haj, zelený haj, na mňa sa devčico nespoléhaj. Budeš-li sa spoléhati, ej veru budeš kanovati. Hop, hop. Chrás, zelený chrás, ej daně bože něco ukrás, lebo konia, lebo volí, ej lebo dívča po mé voli. Hopa! Po potoce chodila, na kačeny volala, po potoce chodila, na kačeny volala. Nasypem ti zeleného jačmeňa. Kačena, nasypem ti zeleného jačmeňa. неї дам, ощеніцяки не дам. Якби на неї дам, ощеніцяки не дам. Фалешне очі маш, за ними посераш. Фалешне очі маш, за ними посераш. А ще суботу, киньма дівча роботу. Thank you.
We were told to observe, measure, record, stay out of frame. But what if the frame was wrong? The world doesn't wait, so why should we? The rules were written for a reality that no longer exists. Insight doesn't live in the data. It lives in the tension between what is and what could be. We trained machines to think like us, but maybe it's time we rethink how we think. This isn't just research. It's design. It's direction. It's decision. Here in the restless heart of Prague, we didn't come here to color inside the lines. We came to redraw them, to reimagine the possible, to galvanize the thinkers, the doers, and the rule breakers. Because in a world rewritten by complexity, only intelligent decisions can light the way forward. And insight is where we begin. It's what turns noise into meaning, sentience into purpose. It's the spark we chased before we learned to settle into old ways. So, ask the questions that keep you up at night. Break the pattern. Change the default. Make it matter. This is Esomar Congress 2025. This is Prague. This is where we reimagine.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and guests, good morning and welcome to the beautiful city of Prague for the 2025 Esomar Annual Congress. It's both a pleasure and a privilege to be standing before you today, surrounded by some of the most innovative, insightful, and passionate minds in the world of market research, data analytics, and insights. This year's powerful themes is what invites us to pause, reflect, and look ahead, reimagine. As we gather here in Prague, a city that has been a crossroad of culture and innovation, we are reminded that the world around us is constantly evolving. Reimagine is more than just a word. It's a call to action. It's a challenge, a bold invitation to rethink everything we know, to dream bigger, to envision a future where possibilities are limitless and where our work has the power to create profound change. It's an invitation to break free from established patterns, to rethink how we approach problems, to challenge the status quo, and to explore what we may have previously overlooked. But before we dive into the exciting discussions, the cutting-edge presentations, and the dynamic collaborations that await us in the coming days, let's take a moment to reflect on this powerful word, reimagine. So I ask you, what does reimagine mean to you? I found so many synonyms of reimagine: reshape, revise, remodel, reconsider, redesign. How the words reinvent, transform, rethink, reframe, repurpose, reimagine resonate. What do they mean to you, to your business, to our industry? To reimagine is to look beyond what is familiar, to envision possibilities beyond the boundaries of what we currently know. It's not just a call to change, but to dream of new ideas, new technologies, and new ways of connecting the dots, new ways to serve our clients, new ways to collaborate with agencies. It's a challenge to move from incremental improvement to transformation. Reimagination requires us to embrace uncertainty, to experiment, and most importantly, to be bold. In our work, we are often the one entrusted with making sense of complexity, with unlocking the stories hidden within data, with bringing clarity to the decisions that shape businesses, societies, and lives. In our fast-changing world, the opportunities for growth and innovation are endless, but with these opportunities come challenges. Challenges in ensuring privacy and trust, challenges in navigating an increasingly fragmented media landscape, challenges in making sense of the flood of data, challenges in preserving and showcasing our values. These are the challenges we face. And these are the challenges that demand our collective ingenuity and integrity. So I ask you, how will you rise to meet these challenges? I believe the answer lies in reimagination. So that's where you, the leaders of the industry come in. You are the ones who will lead the charge. You are the ones who will take bold steps towards new technologies, new ways of thinking, new ways of working. This is our moment, our time to step up and shape the future, not just react to it. We stand at a crossroads of innovation and imagination. The questions we ask today, the risks we take now, and the breakthrough we drive will lay the foundation for tomorrow. As professionals in the field of research and insight, we are the architects of possibility. In this moment, we hold the key to unlocking a future that is more connected, more informed, more ethics, and more human. But to create this future, we mustn't be afraid to challenge the boundaries of what is known. We must reimagine how we engage with the world, how we use the knowledge we gather, and how we connect the dots in ways that inspire and drive change. To create this future, we must follow the key principle of integrity. Let's remain committed to ethical practices, transparency, and trust. In a world that's increasingly complex, our ability to provide clear, honest, and reliable insight is more important than ever. Let's keep our core values. This event is a celebration of what could be. Over the next few days, you will hear from some of the most visionary thinkers, innovators, and disruptors in our field. You will engage in sessions that will challenge your assumptions, expand your imagination, and equip you with a tool to reimagine your work in profound ways. You will connect with old friends and new colleagues who are equally passionate about discovering new horizons. You will share ideas that have the potential to reshape not only the world of insight, but the world itself. But let's also remember that the most powerful ideas often come not from the stage, but from the conversation we have in the hallways, at the coffee breaks, and in the moment where we connect with one another. So I ask you, as you step into this space, what will you imagine? What ideas will you ignite? What visions will you bring to life? The future is not something that happened to us. It's something we create. And together, we have the power to create something extraordinary. So let's not just meet this moment, let's rise to it. Let's embrace the challenge of reimagining our work, our industry, and our world. So I invite you to approach this event with open minds, to embrace the spirit of collaboration, and to be inspired by the incredible potential that lies ahead. Let's challenge ourselves to push boundaries, to be bold, and to be the visionaries who define the next era of market research, insight, and analytics. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey. I look forward to the inspiring conversations, the new ideas, and the transformative collaborations that will emerge over the next few days. I'm excited to see where our collective imagination will take us. Think big, take risks, ask the difficult questions, challenge your assumptions, and most of all, imagine what is possible for the future of our industry and our world. Thank you. Thank you. And now I'm delighted to invite Hanna Untova, our representative for Czech Republic. Hanna, the floor is yours. Thank you so much and welcome.
Tak dobré ráno, dobrý den, vítejte. Good morning and warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of the Czech Market Research community, It is an honor for us to host for this year's Esomar Congress. The warm welcome goes to all of you participants, the wonderful presenters, exhibitors, and sponsors. And let me mention also the Esomar Council and the dedicated Esomar team that made this Congress possible. Please give them a little applause. I see all of you participants expecting a wonderful congress, and we hope we get inspired. Then we also meet the old friends and also the new friends. And I thought that would be wonderful if you had a little inspiration deeply rooted in a Czech heritage and culture that will inform your reimagine journey. So I will start with Franz Kafka. The book Metamorphosis starts with this sentence: when Gregor Samsa woke up one morning from unsettling dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a monstrous insect. The Metamorphosis is written by a very sensitive and creative writer, and it shows us the inexplicable transformation that explores the theme of identity, also alienation and change. To me, the technology is a little bit uncomfortable, and it will change how we see ourselves and how we relate to each other. And I had debates at dinner before this Congress that kind of showed that. And it's quite interesting how a book written 100 years ago still goes to that. I checked some of the reactions of the readers, and some of them really hated that book. And I just felt maybe they hate that change that is within us, and that it's inevitable to happen. So I felt that's quite interesting that somebody born in Prague thought of this 100 years ago. Next, we turn to Karel Čapek, who was an interesting writer with wonderful language. And he wrote this play called Are You Are. And he, together with his brother Josef, they actually introduced the word robot to the World Dictionary. And the play basically explores the relationship between technology and innovation, and talks about how you embrace innovation. Čapek's message, I think, is still vital as well, because as the technology advances, the human spirit should remain as the core of the progress. And I think that it's also essential as we reimagine us, the entire industry in the digital world. The technology is kind of failing me at the moment. Prague is believed to stand at the crossroads of Europe. And we also like to say we are the heart of Europe. When I thought about that, I looked at who claims to be at the center and heart of anything, and there are many countries who do that. We all like to be in the center. But I just felt that maybe the way to think about it is the shared humanity connects all of us. So if you have heart, you are the center. And I think that's quite important to take forward. But I also believe that when you are in Prague, you might see that the crossroads of culture, you will it blends the old and new, and it's the example of power and creativity. So maybe you'll get some of the inspiration from the city itself. We have Václav Havel, who's the most revered figure in today's world. And he said that the essence of progress, especially in the technology, is whether it uplifts and protects our shared humanity. So as we move forward, his message calls us to always put people first and to honor our common bonds and let the humanity to guide our lives. And before I pass the floor to the next speaker, I would like to invite you to say ahoy. We don't have any sea in the Czech Republic, you might have noticed, but we borrowed the sailors' greeting from afar. It's our informal greeting when we say hello to our friends, and it's also when we are leaving our friends, we say ahoy. So I would like to ask you to stand up. And let's have one round of ahoy as a practice. So ahoy! Well, that was pretty good. So, let's do it with the full heart and with all the expectations of this Esomar Congress be a wonderful place where we connect with our hearts. So, ahoy! Pretty good, thank you.
Děkuji, Anna. Děkuji. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for introducing your country and your city to the whole Esomar community. It's been always nice to learn more from Kafka to robots. No, I don't need it. Thank you. And also, thank you for being an excellent host, Hannah. You've been fundamental in making this happen. So thank you so much. Actually, 1 year ago, just 1 year ago, I was invited by Hannah here in Prague to the 30th anniversary of CIMAR, the Czech organization. It was a pleasure being here. And we were coming from the super successful and memorable Athens Congress in Athens last year. And I was with the audience and I challenged them. I said, look, the Greek delegation this year has been extraordinary. It's been 50 people coming from Greece, a huge delegation that is never seen. I've never seen such a big delegation in a Congress of Esomar. So I challenge you, our dear colleagues from Czechia, to reach to 50. So, any guess of how many people from Czechia we have here today from the audience? Yeah, sorry, let me tell you, last year there were 6, okay? 6 in Athens, okay? 2024, 6. How many today? 20? 97? 78. 78. So, remarkable. The 4th largest delegation in this Congress, and not only that, Slovakia, the neighbor country. 20 from Slovakia. So, very well done. And I'm convinced that this Congress, with all this talent, all these ideas, all these conversations, will be a milestone for the Czech industry here in this country, and will be something you will remember, and we all will remember, because we have to make it sustainable. And next year, dear Czech friends, next year, wherever the Congress will be, I hope you will not get back to 6, but you will get in between 6 and 78. Huh? Let's have this deal? Yeah? Okay. How are you, by the way? How are you? Good? Do you like the venue? So this year we have embraced one thing. We have been very good in integrating, for all of us, that we have daily targets for steps, for walking. This year we have integrated the routine of exercise in our Congress. So yeah, thank you so much, Esomar team, for that. It's going to be helpful for everybody. And again, thank you to everyone who helped make this conference a reality. I want to thank the city of Prague for hosting us and making us all welcome here. We couldn't be happier to gather in a place so rich with history, creativity, and culture, a city often called the heart of Europe, as Hannah has already mentioned, and well-renowned for its breathtaking architecture, innovation, and timeless charm. The The world is expanding on many aspects, but at the same time, the world is contracting. The reality we have been living these past decades is transforming at an unprecedented pace. And I'm not talking about our profession, I'm talking about our industry, as Anne-Sophie already did. I'm talking about geopolitics. I'm talking about our lives. I'm talking about the openness that we have been experiencing for decades. This globalization today is turning into a multipolarization. Today, walls are being built, physical and legal. Today, we have tariffs on one side, markets closing on the others to protect national production. So our world is effectively changing and very rapidly. And yet, here, our community, the professions of market research, social opinion, and data and insights, here we are very strong, showing the world that we want to keep being international. We want to be keeping having this strong interconnection between countries. And the best example of that is that we have a record-breaking attendance in this Congress for decades. We should go very, very back in history to achieve the number of 1,300 people attending this Congress. So a huge success for all the community that we could make this. Also, we have had this incredible response from exhibitors and sponsors, with 90 exhibitors and sponsors today in the room. So thank you so much, this audience, because we want to keep having and creating this international connection, because that's our DNA, that's what we are. This is how our founders, the Esomar founders, in 1947, they gathered in Amsterdam for the first time, and they had this idea that this had to be the international connection of professionals of this industry. We wanted to work together, working across countries, and planted the seed on what would become what today is known as the International Chamber of Commerce, Esomar, International Code on Market Opinion and Social Research and Data Analytics. Because we have this purpose, and we must act with purpose. As professionals, we must uphold and strengthen this code to safeguard trust and credibility in our field. And this is why 2025, this year, will be marked by a major revision of the code, ensuring it reflects new technologies, the rise of disintermediation, and other key trends reshaping our industry. This has been truly a community effort. It's been an effort shaped by contributions from professionals worldwide, from associations, and from you, our Esomar members. And it has been led with exemplary dedication by Judith Passingham, to whom I want to offer public recognition today. So thank you so much to all of us. But Esomar is also being immersed in different transformations. We have different projects. And I must tell you that today is the first time in my life that I wear a T-shirt in a working environment. Okay, first time in my life in a working environment, and also in the States. Have you noticed anything a bit different when you were coming to this venue? Have you noticed something different? Yet familiar, but different. Have you noticed something? No? Nothing? What? What is it? Yes, logo, colors, and everything. Yes, we have this new color branding that we're presenting here, we're launching here today in this Congress, also physically and digitally. So our website also goes live today with this new logo, with these new colors. But this is not simply about aesthetics. We have renewed our look to better reflect who we are today as a global community, to remain relevant and accessible to our members, and to ensure that our identity keeps pace with the rapid changing world that we live in. It has been months of dedicated teamwork, and I want to thank the Esomar team for this great accomplishment. And of course, you may be wondering what's behind this change. So for you, we have a video, a short video that will show what's behind the change. Thank you. Also, I want to remind that we are live streaming this event, part of this event, so also welcome to everybody watching this event from home, live streamed. Now, how many of you have not downloaded the app? Any of you have not downloaded the app? Because remember, it's extremely needed at Congress to follow the program, to connect with people, to vote, as you will have to vote in the following sessions. So, if you have not downloaded the app, please do. And now it's the time to introduce the YES program, because it's one of the things that Esomar prides itself on, is recognizing the future of our industry. That's why we have our YES program, to elevate and amplify individuals who are bound to pave the road to our industry's success. Through this program, we invite students to join us and contribute to this event throughout these 3 days. So let's take a moment to recognize the bright future of our industry, and I invite all students who are sitting here at the front, I think, to invite all students present here today to please stand up. Stand up so we can see you. Oh, over there. Thank you. For those of you with knowledge or experience to share, take the time to connect with these individuals, discuss internship opportunities, or simply offer guidance. We are also pleased to have you with us and look forward to the fresh perspectives and innovative ideas that you bring to our field. So thank you for being here. And now, the moment for the brave. The moment for the brave here in the room. I'd like to welcome Kamila Zaratnikova to the stage, who is part of the YES community and serves as CEO of Lakmus AI. With a background in behavioral science, psychology, and anthropology, Kamila has done corporate research for giants like Nestlé, Ogilvy, and the Nature Conservancy. She won her first national award for research at age 17.
Exactly.
You should tell something about that. Huh? I have kids of this age.
I should find life.
I hand it over to you, Camila, and you will run now one of the most exciting moments of Congress.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you. And big applause also to Jackie. Thank you. Perfect. Hello, everyone. So my name is Camilla, and 2 years ago, when I was 24, I founded my company, Lakmus. At that time, I didn't really set out to reimagine research. I just noticed that some things just do not make sense. I got frustrated, and I found the energy to do something new, try out new things, and experiment with what we have on the combination of technology and market research. So in one of my first projects with, for example, Nestlé or the Nature Conservancy, I noticed how hard it was to convince stakeholders in those companies to find extra budget for asking consumers what to think. Recruitment took time, bots crept into the answers, and slowly after that, I teamed up with my co-founder. We raised our first investments, and we hired 20 to 30 AI engineers that helped us create our first synthetic panel. Today, our AI panel answers more than 20 million questions every week across industries, across countries, for agencies and companies like the Volkswagen Group. Today, we also are big advocates for transparency in AI, so this is why we are so enthusiastic to welcome also the new guidelines that at least we hope will increase also the opportunities there for AI to incorporate it into market research where it makes sense. Because AI is not only ChatGPT, AI is not only chatbots. The AI that got you hooked up on binge-watching Netflix over and over is definitely not chatbots. The AI that helps the doctors identify tumors in their patients is definitely not a chatbot. And so we want to open up the space for cooperation to incorporate AI new technologies, but with trust, with transparency, and only where it makes sense. As I mentioned, I didn't really set out to reimagine how research is being done. But I did something. What we will have here today are 6 other young people who found an opportunity and decided to do something with it. And I feel like this is so exciting to be here today because what we have as young researchers is speed, it is obsession, and definitely just enough naivety to think that we can actually fix things. Please do not take this away from us just yet. Instead, what we need from you is structural support. So what we need is mentorship, guidance, feedback, context, insight into the field that you seasoned professionals already know by heart. And what other way to introduce what young people are capable of than pitches, 1-minute pitches, because there's definitely enough time to present what we have been up to in the past weeks and months. I'm also very grateful to have this stage time for young projects, because I feel like this is not really common. And for organizations that large with such heritage, I feel like this is so precious to be in the role of gatekeepers who open up the doors and open the world of possibilities and opportunities. And I'm so grateful that we have here people that are here to guide us, not to guard. Onto the pitches. So you will hear 1-minute pitch from each of our 6 exceptional researchers. After hearing all 6 pitches, you will vote in your app. So if you have not downloaded the app, please do so now to show support to young professionals in your industry. The winner then will be announced tomorrow evening at the award ceremony. Perfect. Onto the pitches. Joris, if I can ask you, the floor is yours with the first project. Joris from Skim.
Perhaps you've had fun with AI image generators like Midjourney or DALL-E, but have you ever tried to create a product tailored to you? Personally, I love fantasy card games. So if I saw a soda can with dragons and wizards on it, that would be going into my basket. And this made me think, how can we combine the power of AI and the creativity of the crowd in the innovation cycle? So I surveyed 1,000 consumers and asked them to create a prompt for their favorite soda can. Then, on the fly, AI generated images, and the consumers got a chance to tweak their prompt if they wanted to. Of course, it's not realistic to have an infinite amount of cans for everyone. So within the same survey, I had them go through a trade-off exercise, where we saw not only which cans were performing the best, but also the individual elements that made consumers click on the cans. Vote for me and I can tell you more on Wednesday and show you how the process is done.
Excellent pitch. Thank you, Joris. So what do you think is the fantasy in market research when it comes to AI?
I think the fantasy is that in the end you can ask AI absolutely anything. So you just tell it, oh, you're someone from this country, you have these interests, you're a buyer of this product, and it just answers the question for 1,000 people for you without having to interview anyone.
Excellent. Ask anything, AI will answer. That's the dream. Perfect. Thank you, Joris. Big applause. And up next, we have Juste from Real Chemistry. Ready? Perfect.
Hi, I'm Juste, and I'm going to tell you how I overcame one of the biggest shifts in digital research today. The way we communicate has changed. Videos now make up 82% of our web traffic and drive 12 times more engagement than any other formats. But social listening only listens to text. And we don't just text anymore. We speak, we perform, we react. We're flooded with rich visual content, and there's no automated way to truly reach it. So, with my team, I filled this gap and built a new tool called Panoramic Listening, which is an AI-powered way of looking at the full social landscape. Panoramic listening lets us pull out mood, style, sentiment, and even color and design. And it does this for hundreds of posts at a time, fast and consistently. For example, I used it to analyze over 600 videos in 5 languages to help my client create high-impact content for rare disease patients. Vote for me, and I'll tell you more of what your current tools are missing.
Perfect pitch, UST. So I'm curious, how is panoramic listening different to social listening in essence?
Well, social listening stops at text, but panoramic listening goes beyond that. It looks at videos, images, memes, and podcasts. So it's not only capturing what people think and feel, but also how they express themselves in real time. And for our clients, that means richer insights, smarter planning, and content that really resonates with their audiences.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So not only text, but also how people express themselves. That's precious.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Huge applause. And let me invite the next contestant on stage, Maike from Skim. Maike, the floor is yours.
We've all been there. You buy a blender once and suddenly every corner of the internet thinks you're opening a smoothie bar. Welcome to the age of hyper-personalization. Today's consumers expect tailored experiences. Personalization is no longer a bonus, it's a baseline. But here's the catch. With personalization comes the creep factor. Get it right and you will trust, loyalty, connection, cross the line and risk damaging your brand and driving people away. But where is the line? And what's the roadmap to success? That's exactly what my research set out to uncover. I tested how people react to marketing messages with different levels and types of personalization. Some messages drew people in, others crossed into creepy. The results reveal a powerful roadmap for brands looking to personalize without creeping customers out. If you don't want to cross the line, you need to hear what I uncovered. Vote for me and find out.
Cross or not to cross. Maike, what brought you to the topic in the first place?
Oh, that's actually a funny story. So my friend and I, we share a Spotify account, and she unfortunately broke up with her boyfriend. But she didn't get to tell me yet. However, I opened Spotify, and suddenly I saw this playlist recommended to me called Sad Heartbreak Songs Mix. So at that point, afterwards, I realized, at this point, Spotify knows my friend better than I. That's kind of creepy. So yeah, with today's tech letting us track and analyze, personalize down to the tiniest details, I think it's clear that there's friction between the desire for personalization and the drawbacks from getting it wrong or overdoing it.
Yeah, everyone check in with your friends. You do not want Spotify to tell you the big things. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up is Lily from Sprout Strategy.
Thank you. Okay, more than half the world is under 30. That's not a niche. That's today's majority, shaping culture, consumption, and the future of our category. And yet, we keep hearing the same lazy stereotypes, headlines, shallow, entitled, distracted. But these stereotypes don't just misinterpret reality. They risk leading our brand, our research, and our insights down the wrong category. So that's why we created Planet 30, research into under 30s, by under 30s, if you want to see it. But we didn't guess, we listened. Through surveys, through diaries, and through new research techniques built for this age group. But here's the twist. We uncovered that under 30s aren't one big homogenous group. They're split into 4 distinct value spheres, 4 areas that break up their mindset, their ways that they connect, and how to research them. So if we, as researchers, don't get to know this age group, we risk leading our brands and everything that's rewriting the rules. So if you would like to get to know this age group and get to know the 4 value spheres, join me on Wednesday. Thank you all so much.
Okay. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. So have you already seen an impact with the brands that you are working with?
Yes, so we've actually worked with some huge brands and very big heritage brands, and they thought that maybe they would have to create a sub-brand to connect with this age group, but we've seen that once you get to know these 4 value spheres and understand how your brand or how your research could connect with them, then you actually don't need to recreate a sub-brand or rebrand. It's just learning how to communicate and how to talk to them.
Perfect. Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for Lily. And let me invite to the stage Kalipa from Bulbshare. Perfect. Excellent.
Good morning, everybody. Molweni is how I say that in South Africa. All right, so let's talk about surveys. When was the last time you actually enjoyed filling out a survey? Exactly. Neither has anybody under 30, and I am that 30-year-old source. Listen, traditional research is boring and outdated, let's be real, and younger audiences will swipe left on your surveys quicker than you can say qualitative. In today's attention economy, research has to feel creative and engaging, just like the content young audiences are already consuming. So that's how you're going to turn them into active participants, not just passive respondents. So I created Future Voices. This is essentially a space where I make research feel like a conversation, not a chore. I've been able to talk to awesome industry leaders from Kellanova and Airbnb to discuss the future of research. I've also managed to therefore grow our podcast from 2,000 followers to 10,000 views in just 2 months. And the incredible thing is that one of our clients, a leading toy brand, actually enlisted us to create a teen community podcast to help them understand the future of play. So what am I saying? The future is here, and if you're ready to say hello to it, one survey you will enjoy completing is voting for Future Voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalipa. One question. Your project blends creative side with the research side. How do you manage to bring the 2 worlds together?
Yeah, I believe that it doesn't have to be a case of left brain versus right brain, creativity versus research. The 2 really can actually come together. And so as pioneering and looking into new frontiers of research delivery through storytelling mediums like our podcast is exactly the bridge that we want to bring together, right? This is what we call co-creation here at Bulbshare. It's not about separating the 2 silos, it's really about bringing it together, because fundamentally, no matter the industry, no matter where you work, the one thing that comes together as humans is storytelling.
Perfect. Co-creation, I think, is also a huge concept here at the Congress, so let's hope to see more of it during the next 2 days. Thank you, Kalipa. Big round of applause. And our 6th contestant could not, unfortunately, join us in person, although he's doing the best he can to join us on Wednesday. Instead, he sent us an online presentation. Let's hear it for Mohammed.
Behind every call and researcher is someone's life, plans, and trust. But service centers see only the machine. And when expectations are broken, trust is lost. What if we could listen to those expectations before a single word is spoken? Our AI learns from millions of real customer stories. It predicts what truly matters most to each person, whether it's about time, cost, or technical expertise. And it helps the workshop shape the experience around that individual's heartbeat. With our platform, workshops understand each customer's sensitivities before they arrive and personalize the experience. It's not just efficiency, it's dignity restored, trust rebuilt. And it's only the beginning. We are making a future where satisfaction isn't measured, it's predicted and lived. We are not just fixing cars, we are making human experiences.
One last slot we booked. Excellent. Thank you, Mohammed. Excellent presentation as well. Now, dear audience, the final word is yours. The fate of these 6 young professionals lies in your hand. So, take your phones, open the Congress app, and on the social wall, so on the home screen, you will find an opportunity to vote for any of these 6 pictures that resonated with you the most. I will now give you 10 seconds to cast your vote and show the support. Social wall. Okay, let's see. I open the app. There is a home screen, and if we swipe, it should be here. So if it is not here, there is probably a technical issue. And the voting.
It will be uploaded at 10. Okay?
Okay, it will open at 10, so please clock your timers at 10 sharp. And the voting polls will be open until 5 p.m. today. After 5 p.m., if you are also in the Yes membership, you are also very invited to our Yes barbecue. So anyone under 30 or 31, if we close one eye, is very welcome to celebrate the successful pitches of these 6 brave contestants tonight in quite an informal setting. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, I see movement. It is in 3 minutes. Should I stall? Okay. So, how are you today? Nice weather, okay.
Let's continue, and yeah, you will have time when we continue. Yeah, let's continue. Thanks so much, Camila,
Perfect.
for this presentation. Thank you.
It's there.
It's here?
Okay.
Okay.
I still don't see it, but still, 10 a.m. sharp, please vote.
Thank you, Camila. Thank you so much for this young talent. It's been really, it's very difficult, 60 seconds to pitch this idea. It's extremely, extremely challenging. So very well done, very brave of you. And now, I would like to take a moment to specially acknowledge our program committee. We are deeply grateful for their hard work and commitment in making this event possible. They've dedicated months to meeting with speakers and reviewing papers to ensure that this event is of the highest caliber. A particular thank you goes to Lyndall Spooner, founder at 5D in Australia, for her exceptional leadership as our program committee chair. So, Lyndall, please come on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome you all here today on behalf of the Program Committee. Yes, we have worked hard, but it has been our absolute delight to read all of the papers and to see everyone here today. What I would like to start off with is I would like you all to imagine that the research industry doesn't exist. Okay? Doesn't exist. In fact, we've all come here today because we've got this great idea that we're going to start the research industry. So that's 120 odd years of our history. That's gone. All of our frameworks, all of the things that we've learnt about behaviour and people, they're all gone. The processes, our methodologies. Anyone write syntax? Your syntax is gone, okay? Say goodbye to it all. Imagine if you had to start from scratch. If you did that, do you think you would be doing research exactly the same way that you do it today? Or do you think that you might do at least a few things a little bit differently? You might change things up. We've been talking a lot about change. There is a lot of change going on in the world. There's a lot of change and a lot of pressure on our industry to do things differently, to change our research methodologies, to change who we are as people. When I talk about change, can I just ask across the room, hands up who feels a bit nervous when it comes to change? Yeah, which is natural. And hands up who feels excited by change? All right, so we're a little bit more excited. We've all had our coffee clearly this morning, which is great. There's a very famous quote that most of you would have heard of before by Charles Darwin. And he would say that it is not the smartest or the strongest that survive, but it is actually the ones who are best able to cope with change. So the problem we have, though, when it comes to coping with change is actually our brains. Our brains like things that they know. It likes consistency. It likes to reject the unknown. But the other ability of our brain is that it is also wired for us to learn, to adapt, to do new things. What we want to do is to look at change as a pathway to reinvention. That actually reinvention can be something really strong. It can get us to a better place. Now, change is not new. Our industry has existed for over 120 years, and we've gone through a lot of changes, and we've adapted extremely well. And I would say that our industry is very good at adapting to change. And the reason is because we are curious people. We're curious, we like learning, we like problem solving. We like to uncover new things and look for the truth. So this is the reason why this Congress is so important, because we really do need to think about all of the change that's happening in the world and try and imagine who we are. You may not have heard of this quote by George Bernard Shaw, but he basically says that people who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So we need to be able to look at change as a positive thing that can happen to us. The most powerful thing that everyone in this room has right now is the ability to affect our mindset, to be thinking about everything that you see with an open mind, not to reject things that are unfamiliar, the way that our brain likes comfort, it likes security. Let's just hold back on that and go with a positive mindset. So there are 3 things that the committee would like you to do. The first one is that when you see something new, think of it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to learn something. Okay, so don't reject it because it's unfamiliar. The second thing is to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. It is when we are uncomfortable and we are seeing new things that we actually learn and grow. And the third thing, which is the advantage of being researchers, is that take what you learn, take everything that you see, go back to where you work and test it for yourself. You don't have to accept anything blindly. All right? We can go, we can see new things, listen to different papers and decide for ourselves what's working for us and what isn't. I actually think that now is a very exciting time to be in our industry with so much change that is actually occurring. And I'm not talking about AI. I think we're all a little bit over everything's going to be solved with AI. I actually think that we can solve things by getting back to the core of true research, of really understanding people. There is literally a new brain out there to be discovered. The next generation who are growing up with technology, it is influencing the development of their brains. Our old frameworks, the way we've understood culture, motivation, decision-making. You've seen it today with the young researchers on the stage. Things are changing. We need to change our thinking and the way that we do things. So it's an incredibly exciting time to be the generation of researchers that come up with the new frameworks and the new ways of doing things. So let's go back to some of those fundamentals. It's probably a perfect time for us to start this new industry that we want to be a part of. I would also just highlight that, now is a difficult time for science and for facts. And too often in the world, opinions are replacing truth. We should be a very good source of truth for our industry, for our clients. So my challenge is during this conference is we're going to reimagine our industry. We're going to reimagine the the way we do our work, and we're going to reimagine who we are. We're going to be brave, and we're going to be bold, okay? But we've got this. Are you with me? Yes? So are we going to be brave? Yes. That's not brave. It's pretty bad. I don't know. Should I say ahoy? Is that what I need to say? So are we going to be brave? Yes. Great. Fantastic. It is my pleasure. I'm going to now introduce the first keynote speaker to the stage, Jess Pettit. Thank you. Jess is amazing. So I only met Jess for the very first time yesterday. I've been healthily stalking her online for a while, and she is fabulous. You might know, some of you might know Jess. She wrote a book called Good Enough Now. And the philosophy of the book is that we should be doing the best that we can with what we have now, rather than doing nothing. Jess talks to us, or talks in motivational speeches about how we can elevate humanity, make better connections, and improve workplace culture. Now, Jess must have done something in a previous life, because we are working you way too hard at this conference. You're going to be starting off with the talk today, but Jess is also doing a mentoring workshop. That's at 11 o'clock. It's at the Esomar booth. If you go literally out the middle door, it's over in the corner. Don't worry if you didn't sign up for it, just go over and have a listen. Jess is also going to be signing her book at 2 o'clock today. Now, the author's corner is out and down to the right, so you'll be able to buy a signed copy of Jess's book. You're also doing a podcast at 3 o'clock, but today Jess's talk is called Normalize Complexity, What If It Happens? Now, during this talk, Jess is also going to show her mobile number. So she's allowing us, amazingly, very generous, to text her or send her questions on WhatsApp. Get your phone ready, take a photo of when that phone number comes up on the screen so that you don't get miss the opportunity to ask her questions. Can you please give a very good ahoy to Jess Pettit. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I guess it depends which time zone you came in from. It's really nice to be here. I cheated and flew from California to London so that I could attempt to get over jet lag before getting here so that I would be good to go. What that meant is that I went to a lot of musical theater and I've eaten a lot of Indian food, which has been wonderful. So now I am here, and what is fascinating to me about being invited to come speak at Esomar is that I am not a market researcher. I was a sociology major and a ceramics minor. I ended up self-employed. I wonder how that happened. So I am familiar with surveys, and I took a vow upon graduating from the university that I would always respond to a survey. I am 51 years old. You're supposed to gasp. I have completed every survey that has ever come in the mail, ever come over email, or ever come to the phone. You're welcome. Now, in my own research, the reason why I want to focus on normalizing complexity is because it's the new old and the old new. We're going to be doing a lot of wordplay today. I do want you to write down my number. This is my actual cell phone number. I'm sure some of you are very excited about that. I'm on brand. The reason why is because one of the weird things about being a keynote speaker is that you are supposed to be stirred. My job is to be thought-provoking. Those of you that are online, you're not even in the room, and I'm supposed to make you think and ask a question. and then you have no access to me to ask that question, and then you forget I exist. So some of that is still going to be true, but I want you to be able to text me when you need it. If you need an icebreaker for texting, because some of you are very polite, this passive politeness, I am a New Yorker Texan, so I'm not used to it, but I'm gonna invite you to take a picture of me. Save me in your phone as the weird blue-haired lady you get to ask questions to. Whatever you need to do. If you can take a picture of me and my mouth is closed and I have one chin, I will give you the case studies from my newest research, because you can text message it to me, okay? Text message, send me your email. I'm not kidding. If you want free resources, it's not a spam list. I don't do that. I am from the US, but I'm actually not gross. You can go to flamingo.day and download those resources as well. Okay, in the mentoring session that we talked about, and typically when I am asked to speak to folks who are focusing on AI, I am here to remind you that you are a human being. Let's let that sink in. You know that. This morning when you woke up and realized you forgot to pack the good socks. And so you are wearing weird socks right now because you're at a conference and you had to figure out how to make it do. You're a human. Regardless of how long you have been in this industry or what your title is, I want to invite you to understand that if you and I were to interact, we are significantly more likely to interact by bumping our grocery carts into each other at the store than I am ever going to talk to you about AI research and the future of robots or something like that. That is not my jam. Grocery stores, definitely my jam. I'm going to invite you to be a person. I want to invite you to be the table who sat next to me last night when I had the best spaghetti I have had in a very long time at the hotel. I'm going to invite you to be the crowd of people yesterday morning in Heathrow who were so excited about coming to this conference, and you said you were going to be here this morning. I dress up pretty good when I'm not traveling on a plane. I want to invite you to think about when you are being a person. And the reason why is because when you are just being a person, that is going to be the best intel you have on understanding the patterns that your research is coming out with. That's the best lived experience. It is a free tool for you to improve qualitative research. I've been reading the comments in the app, and I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this while you're here. You are here with a group of people to figure out how to get the best return on investment. Now, I'm going to use businessy words. When during COVID, I got an MBA, said no sculpture major ever. And it was a very frustrating process for me. And largely, I learned some words and then applied it to my research and my work around uncertainty. And what I have realized is that these words aren't just business terms. A shareholder isn't just someone who looked at their resources, decided they wanted to make free money without labor, made a donation or an investment, and are expecting a return on that investment. A shareholder is you, because you actually care about something. Who knows what that is? You care about that thing because it's actually important to you. After diving through the app, which I highly recommend you download, it matches my hair. When you download the app and you listen to what people are able to deliver and pair it with what they are looking for while they're here, what's there is a human message of I need to sell this and I need to take this home. You are shareholders. When we start talking about complexity, I want you to think about a telescope. That might be a leap for people. Remember, I am an art person. What I mean by this is that a shareholder is looking through what I would call the wrong end. It's the wrong end of the telescope. There's only two ends, but a shareholder's looking through this end, and it goes from very large all the way down to one fine little point. So when you're looking at your research, you could think of it that way. Is this research study going from very big to very small? When we're riding in the elevator together tomorrow, is our individual conversation going to make your day better? Is it going to make my day better? Those individual experiences. Now, shareholders are usually paired with stakeholders. Stakeholders is the other side of the telescope, right? Is that you're just one little teeny tiny research project. You're just one teeny tiny little company. You're just one teeny tiny person. But when you look through that telescope, it expands. And all of a sudden, what you value and what you care about is what you're actually focusing on. I believe the reason why I have job security is that I got people who don't know how to talk with a telescope in between them, but they are actually looking at the same object. If you are coming from one perspective and expecting everyone else to be doing the same thing, that is going to be flawed research. Stop doing that. If you want to normalize complexity, recognize that you might need to flip the end of the telescope in order to have that conversation. Or be very specific. Feel free to raise your hand. I can't remember who it is, but somebody in the app said the name of their company, which would be really helpful if I could remember that right now, but I can't. The name of their company doesn't do much, but what it does do, it's exceptional at. The one thing AI can't take away from white-collar jobs are the people who are the very best at them. What is your exceptional point, and how does it connect to the greater values that you care about? If we can understand that complexity is never actually going to be ironed out to smoothness, then we can normalize the fact that we can be disrupted. We can expect a disruption. What is fascinating to me, if we're talking about Kafka from the opening speaker, or other moments or innovations, or suddenly a picture was taken of the structure of DNA, those should have been disruptive moments. But we don't remember the specifics. But yet they're still so very relevant right now. In most of my research, what I have realized is that our brains, I am not a psychologist person, there are people here smarter than me, but it seems when I talk to people, actual conversations with people, they think the world is a straight line. That's already a problem. It's not a straight line. Most spectrums come with a this and a this. And I'm going to invite you, when we're talking about how we could make improvements, how do we get better, is to not make it a straight line. That's the problem. If we can make it more realistic, it definitely would be closer to a circle. And if it is closer to a circle, what's incredible is that better and worst are right next to each other. We spend most of our time at the belly of the circle. And we're hoping we don't get here, and we're hoping we could get here. As someone coming from the US right now, I need to remember that as scary as it might be right now for me, we are so close to it being better than I've ever imagined. Is it possible that we can think about what almost means? Almost is a motivating momentum place. And you can slip and slide and rock there, and it's not a bad place to be. It's just where you're at. The new book that I have here today is called Almost Doing Good. And I took case studies from my actual clients of where their good intentions caused more harm than they intended. But I don't want to negate their good intentions. Their good intentions were headed in the right direction, it just didn't work. I don't think failure is terrible. I actually wish most of my clients would value failure or would put failure into their mission of their organization. We tend to only reward exceptionalism. But how did you get to exceptional? If it happened to be a one-shot thing and you magically became exceptional, that's a one-off. What's more complex is everyone trying so hard to just do a little bit better. And that's what I really want to pay attention to. If you are clear on what your organization's mission and vision is, and let's be honest, I'm a crisis consultant, I'm the only one who has read those documents. Go and find them. I promise they're outdated. I'm happy to help you update them if you need it. But at the heart is a founder. I think it's so amazing that y'all who did the pitches to start out, or other people who started their own organizations, when you're so excited that you're laying awake at night, just vibrating with ideas of what it is you can do. Then let's say you get to do it. You win the pitch, you get the seed money, you start getting clients, you start building momentum. The sweet spot for normalizing complexity is as you start growing, and you get really excited as a founder because you get to go home someday. And then you go home someday and they run the company without you. Will they still remember the core mission and vision that kept you as a founder awake at night? And they will if you're living it. And if you're allowing that mission and vision to be as complicated and normal as possible. We're talking about reimagining, we're not rewriting. I want you to dig in to what are your actual policies and habits, not just of your organization, but who are you? How are you? Let's go back to elevators, or I do crash into your cart at a grocery store. What's your response to that? Does it matter if you're in a hurry? Those of you that have children, I do not have children, you're welcome. How do you respond? Who do you show up as? This really hit me on a personal level, not an organizational level, when I was in a really bad car accident during COVID. And I was driving a Fiat, fun and zippy, don't you think it's appropriate? Had the wreck happened a second off, I would not be here. A woman ran a stop sign going about 80 miles per hour in a residential area. I'm sorry, I'm from the US, I don't know what that is in kilometers, it's fast. Clipped my front bumper, totaled the Fiat. If you've never been in a car wreck with airbags, I highly recommend it. When I was able to get out of the car, the impact was so bad that my keys separated from the ring in the ignition and were over in the floorboard of the passenger side. When I got out of the car, the driver of the other car had a clipboard. Now, I don't know how many white women are in here, but a white woman with a clipboard is some serious business. She was defensive, she was angry, she had 5 kids in the car. I didn't see a seatbelt or a car seat or shoes, there's glass everywhere. In that moment, I don't want this to be a cheesy motivational speaker moment, but in that moment, I got to choose who to be. I was not in the wrong. I was alive. Frankly, the smallness had gotten a little annoying. I didn't know how to resell a Fiat in a small town. Spoiler alert, total it. I was nice. I answered her questions. I gave her my insurance. Because my personal policies and habits are always consistent. Now, that was an unexpected moment. I didn't know that was going to happen, right? Uncertainty and control matter, but they shouldn't shake you. You know what the key to being uncertain is? You can be certain that you will be uncertain. Something's going to happen and you're going to be, where'd that come from? You can have total control that soon, if not in this moment, there will be a moment where you feel out of control. Now, I am a triple Virgo. I have complex PTSD, I have OCD, I do not have ADHD, and there's probably other letters too. When I say that I'm a control freak, the idea that I am controlling when I feel out of control is pretty much me in a sentence. But I am certain that I'm going to need it. I'm certain because uncertainty is one of the most certain things that exists. If we're talking about normalizing complexity, I'm not talking about simplicity. And yet, isn't it kind of simple? As I did my research, everybody wanted me to put it into a binary of a do this and a don't do this. And that is not a personal policy or habit. And by that, I mean following people's expectations, following the rules, and doing what people tell me to do. I have been fired from every job I have ever had. I am self-employed, and I fire myself on a regular basis. I am currently on a probation plan. We'll see how today goes. Thank you. Here is my binary for you. After working with thousands of clients and probably hundreds of thousands of survey respondents, look at that for qualification in the room. The truth is that to actually normalize complexity, to reimagine your need for an on-off 0-1 binary system, I'm going to introduce you to a bicycle. And not even just a bicycle, not even a 2-seater bicycle, but a 3-seater bicycle, and yet it is still a single bicycle. Are you with me? You're normalizing complexity here. This is a bicycle. If any of you do these things called exercise, I do not do exercise, but I am married to a former professional triathlete who has 5 bicycles, which is where I got the idea that you could have a lot of bicycles in one bicycle. I'm going to ask you to look at these not as step 1, step 2, or step 3. But if you were to ride a 3-seated bicycle, everyone needs to pedal. But you can take a break every once in a while. Now, if you take a break, and Gen Xers in the room, this is a trigger warning for us, but if you take a break, you run the risk of the scar we all have on our shin of putting our feet back down onto the pedals. But these 3 elements work together. Now, we all like preparation. And based on the comments inside the app, y'all are in prep mode. Preparation is what are you already doing? What are your policies? I'm not kidding about your mission and vision. Did you Google it? How easy is it to find on your website? If it takes me as a consultant, I'm saving you money right now. If it takes me more than 2 minutes to find your company or your organization's mission and vision, I am charging you more. I'm also going to walk in the door of your house for a potluck for your kid's 10th birthday party. And upon walking the threshold of your home, I'm giving you 2 minutes to tell me what is the mission and vision of how you run your household. Think of that. That's far more likely to happen, statistically speaking. Can you be that transparent of knowing exactly what it is your organization does? What do your fellow industry partners inside your industry and inside your own community, both sides of the telescope? What do they do? What have they done? And what do you want to do? You can do case study work all the time. Again, take a picture, one chin, mouth closed. You get the case studies there at the back of the book. Preparation is the easy one. We can spend a lot of time there. Great. I'm even going to go as far as to say the difference between a reaction and a response are easy. A reaction is kind of this knee-jerk reaction, which, well said, I'm a professional speaker. How many times have you been in a pickle, an intersection of not knowing what to do, and some little hardwired bit of your brain goes, we should do a survey. Smart, what's that survey gonna say? Y'all are like survey expert people from what I've been able to understand. So you have an entire career over people reacting to, oh, I guess we should do a survey. A response would know why that is what you should or should not be doing right now. Should you do a survey or should you go talk to people? Back to my car accident, I could easily have stayed in my car, called my insurance company, and not to be too big of a flex, but pretty much bought a new car before I got out of my car. I could have been that person. But that's not how I respond. I respond to a human. When I did eventually get the call from their insurance company, because she magically had full insurance coverage, I don't know how this works in other countries, but that is shocking to me. When I got the call, the only thing I wanted to know about is if the kids were okay. Were there any injuries? And the insurance company said out loud on a recorded line, the accident was not your fault. I am aware of that. I was there. I would like to know, are people okay? Because that's how I respond. That's who I am as a person, that's who I am in business, and that's who I'm gonna be when you bump into me in a parking lot. The one that's hard, and I'm gonna challenge you, you've been challenged already 14 times this morning, is the first day I would already need a nap. I'm gonna challenge you though, to work on this middle one. Partially the reason why I'm focusing on this one is because of where I'm coming from. I did not know how much I needed a break from where I live until I went to London for a week, which was just different enough to make me cry every day, and just exactly the same enough that I realized this is the human condition right now. The middle one is I want you to figure out how to recognize a problem that you don't experience. I don't think AI can replace that skill. That is a muscle that has atrophied collectively, and possibly because of the technology stuffins. Can you recognize a problem that you do not experience as real? If so, no complex situation will be abnormal. You'll be prepared for it. You'll be able to know how you should or shouldn't respond. When we talk about the disruption, I am a disruption. Surprise! Yesterday morning, I got to Heathrow super early, triple Virgo. I sat next to a person who was sitting next to the credit card machine. I'm still figuring out contactless credit cards because I'm old. This person had sourdough toast on their traditional breakfast. I have not seen toast. I didn't know I could ask for it. I didn't know I missed it until I saw it. So, who am I? What do I believe in? It's 6 a.m. at Heathrow. Guy next to me is an international ballroom dancer, and he won first place yesterday, the day before, in London, and was from New York, did the competition, going back to New York, and always asks for sourdough. He compared sourdough toast to a Snickers candy bar. I told him that is a false equivalent, but I do want some toast. We ended up having a conversation, and he almost missed his flight. He introduced me to, I'm gonna probably say this wrong, is it Sugar Rós, an Icelandic band? Never heard of them. They're amazing. Hopelandic is a language. I've been listening to them nonstop. I introduced him to some readings that I was doing. He got on his plane, he made it, you're welcome. We are texting while he is flying over the ocean. We are exchanging things that we have read and thought. I am inspiring him to choreograph dance music because of how fast oncoming dementia actually encourages us to remember how much we love people. That was not expected when it started at sourdough toast. There's a very good chance I will never talk to him again. We are Instagram friends. I didn't know Instagram had direct messages. Maybe we will. But I'm asking you, while you're here in this space, can you have a real conversation? Not about the company that you work at or the company that they work at, but how do you eat your toast? Do you like toast? It's a great icebreaker question. You're welcome. When you begin to understand how to slow down and figure out which side of the telescope you're coming from and which side of the telescope are they coming from, I might have to go get a real job. But the reality is that you're not going to do it. And I live in the US. I probably still have to go get a real job. I want to leave you with a story. This story came from my grandfather. Now, I don't know about you, but I think you learn a lot about a person when they tell you stories about their crazy family members. Or at least mine tend to be crazy. So I grew up in Texas. So my grandfather and I were taking a break from plowing a field at some point in time. We're leaning on a barbed wire fence post, both smoking. I was 12. And he has this amazing ability of telling me a story that at the time, I have absolutely no idea what on earth he is talking about. And then 30 years later, I'm writing a book. And like a little earworm, out came this moment. He told me a story about a group of weary travelers. Sound familiar? They're exhausted. They're burnt out. Into their bone marrow, they are crispy. They're on their journey and they get taken in by someone who offers them soup. They all sit at a table. They're served piping hot bowls of soup. Big bowls of hot soup. And they need this nourishment. When the spoons are placed by the bowls, they're too long and they're too heavy to ever be able to actually use to eat the soup. Some of the tired journey travelers get real mad. They're frustrated. They're this close to nourishment and they can't even do anything about it. They get real mad. Other people try to pick up the bowls. It's too hot for their fingers. And then there's one voice. And the one voice at the table says, if we can work together, we can pick up the soups, spoons, and feed the person across the table. And if we're lucky enough, they will have enough nourishment to do the same for us. Now, in the US, we have a colloquialism of, I'm out of spoons. This is when you gotta take like a mental health day, you're out of spoons. It's an idiom, I have no idea why. That's a thing. I wanna invite you to pay attention to whether or not you're paying attention. Pay attention to whether or not you are paying attention to how heavy your spoon is, or how hot your bowl is, or how hungry they are. The best way to improve your qualitative research based on the app and all of the, how do I do this? How do I quantify qualitative research? Re-examine the question. Take a moment to notice the difference that this side of the table versus this side of the table. Sometimes this side of the table needs to be paid attention to too. If we can do this, and we can do this together, then we can recognize that complexity is a given. Uncertainty is the most certain. And the only way to really truly be disruptive, innovative, and creative is to see what happens. Feed someone else, and you will get fed. The case studies are in the book. I will be at the author's corner, but I really want to encourage you to really listen to the core message of almost doing good. And the core message is good enough now. Do the best you can with what you've got some of the time, because it's better than nothing never. My name is Jess Pettit. I'm not kidding about text messaging me. Feel free, anytime, forever. Thank you. Go have a great day.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you for this storytelling.
Thanks.
She will be signing books, as she said. And now it's time to thank and acknowledge and express our gratitude to our sponsors and partners without whom this Congress would not be possible. Thank you for your continued support and for believing in our event. A special welcome to our Wi-Fi sponsor, Prism Data, as well, for helping us to stay connected. And now we had this young talent being brave for the 60-second speech. Now it's time for our sponsors. So we have the first sponsor, Ovation MR. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Is this working? There we go. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jen Whaley. I'm from Ovation MR, and on behalf of my entire team, the ones that are here and the ones that are at home, we are thrilled to welcome you to the Esomar Congress. As the principal sponsor, we're happy to help you turn curiosity into real-world impact. At Ovation MR, we like to say that it's a great day for discovering why. What that means is we focus on human-centered storytelling. So your decisions don't just look good on slides, they move the business forward. If that sounds like your kind of thing, come spend a few moments with us today. We have two presentations. Our first one has our CEO, Tanya Pinto from the Baldan Charities and Microsoft, and Steve Quirk talking about charitable giving in the market research industry among professionals. We also have a 15-minute demo for our Ethos platform, which is our qualitative experience platform that brings everyday moments to life for faster, deeper insight. And of course, come say hi to us at booth 38. We're the one in the back. We have coffee. If you're feeling brave, we also have beer. If you're feeling very brave, we have something other than beer as well. But come say hi to us in the back. You can come meet the team, grab a demo from one of our platforms, and let's spark ideas so you can take them home Monday and move your business forward. Thank you all for coming. Have a fantastic Congress, and let's make it count.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well done. Next one, Conveo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling? How much do you trust AI? How much do you trust AI? Because it turns out, and I was very surprised by this, that your customers already trust AI. We ran 330 in-depth interviews on how AI is changing people's shopping cart. And it turns out that for almost 60%, people trust AI more than humans, than their spouse, their friends. I think this is an incredible opportunity for brands. AI is making people change brands, break and build trust with the brands they have been used to for more than a decade. And it's making people switch to more premium and high-quality products. Nils, our head of research, is walking through this study today at our masterclass at 11:15. We still have some spots if you want to learn how to take advantage of this trend for your brand. And at 3 today, we have a presentation with Unilever about how Conveo is making them reimagine their research. I'm Hendrik, co-founder at Conveo and head of product. Come talk to us at our booth, and I wish you a happy conference.
Thank you, Henrik. Thank you so much. And now it's time for Sind. Oh, here. Great. Hey, nice of you.
Yes, hi. For those who are still in the room, thank you for still being here. My name is Patrick Comer. I'm the CEO of Cint. I'm actually going to stand up instead of pitch you anything, ask you to come pitch me a couple of things. There are two areas that I'm really interested in hearing more about at this conference. The first, of course, is all around quality. I've spent the past year really digging into trust and safety at Cint. We've been comparing all the different types of third-party quality techniques and technologies. If you have a new mechanism to look into fraud of any type, we want to hear more about it as we build a more robust capability. Come here, Jimmy Schneider, later today, talk about AI, maybe the best or worst thing that happened to quality ever. The other thing is, I want to hear about any capabilities that you have on AI in 3 fronts. First, can you take a research prompt and turn it into an actionable survey in less than 3 minutes? If you can do that, I want to hear about it. If you could take research data after the survey and turn it into, from data cleaning all the way to insights to a report in less than 3 minutes, I want to hear about that. And finally, if you have a mechanism to actually take a survey with an agentic respondent, meaning I post a live survey through some platform, and your twins, personas, synthetic, whatever version can actually go in and take that survey well, I want to hear about that as well. Otherwise, come see us at the booth of Cint. We're having a great time. Hope you are as well.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Now, time for Daineta. Hey, nice to see you.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. I'm Aaron Simmons from Daineta, and we are excited and proud to be sponsoring the Esomar event again this year. And similar to what Patrick mentioned, if anybody here cares about ensuring they have the highest quality data, the highest quality survey processes, the highest quality proprietary respondents powering your insights, then please come and talk to me and my colleagues. We're over in the far booth, and we'll be keen to explain how we do that at Daineta, day in, day out. There's also a panel discussion later today on the remix stage that my colleague Stefan Boom will be participating in, which covers this exact topic. So that's, I believe, 5 to 5 this afternoon. And then tomorrow, Sanavorum is also up on stage talking about how AI chatbots can really superpower your survey data and really get to the stories behind the numbers. So looking forward to lots of conversations, and we will also see you at the Gold Theme Party, which we're sponsoring on Tuesday night. So we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. And last but not least, Jasper Collin.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey everyone, I'm Tony with Jasper Collin. Yes, we're the ones who claim that market research is fun, which is like saying that root canals are relaxing. But we make it work. So we are a B2B research agency that takes basically your impossible questions and turns them into clear insights. So clear that your boss will probably nod and then pretend like they took credit for it. So we are quant research agency, hard to reach audiences, niche voices. Put it this way, if they exist, we've probably asked them and annoyed them with a bunch of surveys. Now really the important stuff. Stand 62, that's where the magic happens. We got some Czech sweet treats, crunchy treats that are a lot better than the conference coffee. Trust me, come check them out. I think you'll like them. And don't forget, on Tuesday we have our master class, The Power of Less. Small samples, tight timelines, big difference, big results. Think of it like market research CrossFit, except for burpees, you get crosstabs. Let's not forget about the swag. We've got premium swag. Not just the free pen you get and then dies about 30 minutes after you get home. We're talking about the good stuff, the stuff that your colleagues will probably steal and then claim it was community property later. So come by, check out Stand 62, come for the sweets, come for that, come for the insights, snag some swag, and if my jokes bomb like they have today, we'll chalk it up to pilot test and try again next year. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now it's time for a refresh in the exhibition area. Remember, you can continue conversations on the digital sphere with the hashtag Esomar Congress 2025. Enjoy the break. 11:15. We are back. Thank you.
Prague is not just about architecture and history. It's also about hearty, delicious foods. While you're here are a couple of dishes you must try out. Marinated beef sirloin served with a creamy vegetable sauce. wheat bread dumplings and topped with cranberry sauce and whipped cream. A true Czech classic. A rich beef stew, different from the Hungarian version, usually served with fluffy bread dumplings or a slice of dark bread. Roast pork with dumplings and sauerkraut, considered the national dish of Czech Republic. A big slab of cheese, breaded with deep fried, served with tartar sauce and fries, a true pub favorite. Soft dumplings stuffed with fruit like plums or strawberries, topped with melted butter, sugar, and sometimes poppy seeds. A layered cake made with honey and cream filling, rich, sweet, and perfect with coffee. Czech food is all about comfort and tradition. While in Prague for Esomar's Congress, take some time and experience the city through its flavors.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Of all the sessions in this conference, this is the one you should be at. This is a very, very good session. This is not just about market research. It's going to reshape the way you think the world, you see the world. There are three interesting groups of speakers, and this fascinated me watching them, and I hope it fascinates you as well. My name is Daniel Burkle. I'm at the Palmerston Group. Our first speakers coming up on the next slide, and this session is called the order beneath the. It's neat. It's an interesting session. Our first speakers coming up. We have Nikki and Kristen, and they're going to be presenting Lost in Translation. I hope you enjoy it.
There you go, pal. Thank you. Thank you. First slide. We don't need this one. This is just an activity to make sure the clicker works. Oh, too fast. Okay, so AI. There you go. Bingo buzzword. You can tick this one off your list. Done. Sorted. If you haven't already heard it this morning, which would be shocking. So obviously AI is getting a lot of attention right now, and for good reason. It is one of the most quickly evolving tools that I have ever seen in my 20+ year career in this space. But there are a few other things that are also happening in the world that also deserve our attention. In order to really understand how and why AI impacts us, our work, and consumer behavior, we also need to holistically understand a few other important factors, because together they create a multifaceted change mechanism that impacts everything we do. So this is not a knock on AI. This is not us saying like AI, yeah, but. As you can clearly see, this entire presentation was made with AI, and I will be donating the rest of my entire life's earnings to offset the cost of creating this presentation with AI, because it is not cheap. And lastly, just as a quick note, we did not want to boil the ocean with this presentation, so we're just talking about a couple of key points throughout this talk that we think you need to be aware of. We did boil the ocean or come very close to it in our paper, however, so if you'd like more information, please do give it a read. Oop. Okay, well, welcome to your Monday morning pop quiz. So put your thinking caps on, take a little photo of the QR code. We are not going to be using ChatGPT or AI for the answers to this quiz. Oh, you need to step, sorry. We'll move out of the way so you can get the QR code. We're going to be talking about a little bit about migration this morning. So one of the biggest factors influencing how people interact with each other and with products and services is the lens through which they see the world, obviously. And while culture was at one point linked to language or the country that you lived in, today the very concept of culture has taken on a much messier meaning. And I think few statistics demonstrate this more clearly than migration. So where people start out is increasingly not where they end up. You can take Nikki and I as examples of that. But we're going to check out through this quiz how good of a grasp you actually have on migration and the extent of global migration at the moment. So here we go. The quiz is starting now.
We'll give you just a minute or two.
Ooh, look at all of you. Emojis, fun icons. 76, yes. All right, let's roll out the question.
Ooh, answer quickly to get more points.
So for those of you not participating and just listening, the question is, how many people live outside of the country they were born in?
25 more seconds.
25 seconds of beautiful silence. Enjoy this. Take it in. Next one, we show a little leaderboard to try and make you all compete with one another.
Oh.
It's the first question. There's going to be a big tie. You just wait.
Just wait until we get to the third or fourth poll.
Yeah. Next one, please.
All right. If you guessed nearly 300 million, you are correct. That's basically a mega country of people that have migrated. So if we looked at that in terms of country size, it would be the 5th largest country in the world. So it would be behind China, the US, Indonesia, and India. The 5th largest country, that's how many folks have migrated in the world today. And they're not just what we would call expats with flat whites. They're students, there's families, gig workers, diasporic communities, people who are really living hybrid identities, often among 2 or more cultures. So very, very different than how things were maybe 30, 40 years ago, which means that as researchers, the country equals culture shortcut doesn't really work anymore. Media diets are really transnational. If you have been reading the news lately, K-pop is huge in Paris. There is Algerian TikTok in Marseille. There's Brazilian WhatsApp in Lisbon. There was a really interesting story in the New Yorker a month or 2 ago about how an Algerian nut butter is fighting to replace Nutella in France. And there's been much resistance over it. So those tastes, the trust, and talk, all of that crosses borders daily because we're so interconnected now. According to Euromonitor's 2023 lifestyle surveys, 1 in 3 consumers globally say they actively seek out products and services from cultures other than their own. So that has a huge, huge impact, obviously, on what we look at as research and how we sort of measure attribution globally.
So now that you've seen a little bit about the size of diasporic and migrant populations around the world, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what happens as a result of those. So for those of you that have already snapped a picture of this or have linked to the quiz, all good. For those of you that are trickling into the room and you want to participate in the next quiz, this is it. And we can go on to the next quiz, which is going to be about the direction in which migration is trending. So the question is, starting,
answer quickly to get more points.
By how much has migration changed since 2010? So that's 15 years. Think about the people you know, the neighborhoods you live in, who's moved where. Are you still in the same place that you lived back in 2009, for example? How much has migration changed? Is it an increase? Is it a decrease? And by how much? And if you've already guessed, take the 20 seconds to breathe. And give little like emojis. Hearts. Ooh, devils. devils are winning.
Devils are on the rise.
Just like migrant populations. 27% increase. And that's the correct answer, hence the little tick box. On the leaderboard slide, we can see if anybody has very much taken the lead. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know who Stephanie is, but Stephanie's doing well.
Where's Stephanie?
She's definitely back there.
Stephanie
All right.
Wilson.
Well done. But yeah, so here's the leaderboard. Okay, so next slide. So yes, if you guessed an increase of 27%, you are correct. So this increase is a 27% increase that's happened just in the last 15 years. But if we're talking about the last 25 years, so going all the way back to 2000, the number of migrants globally has increased by 62%. And the World Economic Forum predicts that this number is only going to continue to increase, thanks in large part to things like climate change and other political unrest. And so we need to kind of understand what is migration's impact on consumer behavior and market behavior. And it's very multifaceted. So looking at it from one direction, a review of over 200 studies has found that migrants in particular have adopted a hybrid consumer profile. That means that they are both looking to consume in various different ways, aspects, products, etc., from their originating culture, from their home culture, and they selectively adopt culture, product and consumer behaviors from their new culture. So they're sort of blending things together. That's one aspect. Another aspect is the influence that migrant communities have on the communities around them. So how many of you have ever eaten Chinese food while not in China? Me, all of you. Another example would be thinking about how much social media has to do with cultural blending. So obviously, you can look online and you can find any kind of product. You can learn about any kind of thing. For me personally, and I'm sure some of you, how many of you have ever tried Korean beauty products? Me. I've actually been to Korea, but I didn't buy beauty products while I was there. But this just goes to show how easy it is for you to become influenced by cultures outside of your own, and that this is happening all over the world. But what does this mean for market research? Well, it means a couple of things. Predominantly, it means that things like segmentation tools that traditionally looked at age, income, and location as sort of the primary backbone for determining what is a segmentation, and then obviously you overlay on top of that other things that help identify ideal or potential customers. Those segmentation tools are very often no longer capturing the level of complexity that we are seeing as migration continues to rise. Similarly, with qualitative tools, we now have to think differently about how we are screening for people. Are we screening for the right people? Who even are our ideal participants in those contexts? And are we addressing them the right way in terms of language? Are we finding them via gatekeepers, or are we just trying to, take to the streets with normal screening criteria? So those are some of the impacts that we need to think about there. Similarly, something else also happens when migration is on the rise. There are a lot of things that happen around cultural cross-pollination, but there's one phenomenon in particular that I would like to ask you about, and this really helps us get at a fundamental layer of consumer understanding that is definitely important to brands and for researchers alike. So on the next quiz, which is going to be starting now, what I'm going to ask you about is something akin to attitudes towards employment in times of job scarcity. And this serves as a mirror to kind of reflect what are people thinking about now that we're seeing a lot more migrants in our home country. So feel free to start the question. So the question for those of you who are only listening and not participating is, what percentage of people surveyed believe nationals should be prioritized in times of job scarcity? So that means if you think about cultures and communities where there is an influx of migrants, how many people participating in this survey agreed that non-migrants should be prioritized when it comes to employment opportunities? 20 seconds of breath if you need it. And more devils.
More devils.
Devil emojis. Oh, hearts and devils neck and neck. Oh, devils always take the lead. Spicy audience, this one.
We're getting some thumbs up too.
True. Okay, so the answer chosen is, by most of you, is 59%, and that is correct, as seen on the leaderboard. Is there anybody that seems to be pulling ahead? I don't know, is this the same Stephanie?
Stephanie.
Go, girl. Wow, Stephanie in the lead. We should have come with a prize.
I know.
High five after if you're still in the lead. Okay, so on to the next slide. So this has a really big implication for a lot of things. While communities in general are becoming more culturally blended, we are not necessarily seeing an increase in more inclusive attitudes and beliefs. In fact, it is somewhat the opposite. So a few points to just drive home this 59% and make it a bit more relevant to you. One is this 59% represents an 11% increase since 2016 alone. So that means 11% more people think that nationals and natives should be prioritized in times of job scarcity. Second, in every country polled for this study, no less than 1/3 of participants agreed with this sentiment. No less. Thirdly, additionally, in every country except for Sweden, I don't know if anybody in here is from Sweden, but well done you. Every country polled except for Sweden, the number of people agreeing that natives and nationals should be prioritized over migrants for jobs was significantly higher than than those who disagree. Fourth point, this is not different between countries that welcome a lot of migrants versus those who welcome very few. So even those who welcome very few migrants are saying, nope, we shouldn't be prioritizing them in times of job scarcity. Jobs should be going to the locals. So what does that mean in terms of research, branding, et cetera? Well, the increase in nationalism is tied very closely to mistrust. And mistrust leads to something else.
Misinformation. So we've got another quiz for you. I'll stand off to the side so I don't interrupt the...
Normally you should all have this. They have it.
They have it. Okay, everyone's got it by now? Oh, 66 players ready.
Yeah, they've got it.
Okay.
This is not us switching. This is Magical Maurice.
Oh, Magical Maurice.
Magical Maurice, making the magic happen.
Giving a shout out to Magical Maurice, who worked through some pretty big tech challenges that we have with this presentation.
Let's start it, yeah.
So how can the misinformation effect impact people exposed to false narratives? That is the question. And I want to talk a little bit about that while we're waiting for all of our quiz numbers to come through. Between 2015 and 2020, the Federal Trade Commission in the US fined companies over $119 million for false advertising, which is just a crazy, crazy amount. Reuters also found out that misinformation spreads more quickly, no small shock, when the misinformation aligns with our preconceived values and ideas about topics. So for instance, if you are someone who is vaccine hesitant and you get misinformation about vaccines, you're more likely to believe it than somebody who is pro-vaccine, as we saw during the COVID pandemic. So we've got
the answer.
57, all of the above. You guys are so smart.
Uh-oh, someone's coming for Stephanie.
She's still in the lead though, 10 points.
Oh, no. Who's Josh?
Josh M. Where's Josh M?
There's Josh. Well done, did your homework. Woohoo! Bravo, Josh.
Way to go, Josh.
Next one, here you go.
So the modern day misinformation epidemic really amplifies the dynamics that we see emerging as a result of migration, of nationalism, and others that we focus on a lot in our paper. Again, we would encourage you to read it. It's not a short read, but it's an illuminating read. False or misleading claims are not only likely to be more shared than factual ones, but they're also more likely to be internalized when they confirm, as I said, an existing ideological stance. So for example, studies on global health and wellness reveal an increasing divergence between scientifically supported views and those influenced by online conspiracies. And that can include everything from, plant-based meats are unhealthy to recent statements around vaccines or medicines that we've seen in the news. And again, a lot of that misinformation can serve to sort of confirm existing beliefs, which is really problematic for us as researchers. It sort of muddies the waters of data that we collect, because if people are basing their answers on misinformation, it makes it harder to figure out actually how brands or products or services are performing. And not only that, but I feel like misinformation just can be incredibly toxic to us, not just as consumers and as brands trying to sell products and services, but also to our general population. So as an example, in 2017, the UN found that Facebook largely contributed to a huge humanitarian crisis in Myanmar. Due to the fact that that was the primary social media platform in that area, and that they were not doing regular fact-checking. And so because of that, hundreds of thousands of Rohingya Muslims were either displaced or died during that conflict. And that's an enormous impact from a social media platform. And then I have one really quick funny story. I know we have 32 seconds left to talk about Tylenol. As you all might have seen, President Trump recently came out with a statement about Tylenol, which has now no scientific backing to it. However, I did call my mother. I was born in the 70s, and I said, hey, did you ever take Tylenol while you were pregnant with me? And this is back in the 70s when smoking and drinking was still allowed when you were pregnant. And she replied, only when I was hungover.
And here she stands, folks.
And here I stand. All right, onward.
Onward. Well, we're actually out of time, so what I would recommend is bring out your phones, this time not for a quiz, not gonna grill you, but the next 3 slides are actually just perfect slides to take a snapshot of. This one is just to remind you that we can still move onward in light of all of the things that are impacting AI. We need to listen a bit differently, we need to rethink how we translate, it's not just a matter of language, and we need to rethink what it means to adapt. Adapting today does not simply mean just learn AI and become good at prompting. And the next 2 slides will actually have some very practical steps on things that you can do to make sure that you are staying on board with all of the changes that are influencing AI and how that's all coming together to impact our work.
These visuals are also included in our paper. However, the size of those visuals is quite small, so if you need a copy of them, by all means, please reach out to Nikki or I, and we are happy to send you the PowerPoint slides for them. Maybe move over to the side there. Oh, all good. All right. And so with that,
if you missed the slideshow, you'll just have to read the paper.
Yeah. So that would say thank you.
This is us. Thank you. Merci.
Efrasto.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. So all of these presentations they're quick presentations. All the speakers are going to be available afterwards to ask questions to. And all of these are all quite amazing papers. So you're getting a tease of a much larger paper. Up next, we have Love and Hate, What Divides Us in Polarized Societies by Marta and Milena from Wise Rabbit in Poland. Please give them a round of applause.
Just click out. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Great to have you here. I'm Marta Bierca. This is Milena Morawiec. We come from Poland, from Wise Rabbit. And today we invite you to the world full of tensions, of love and hate. And please bear in mind these 2 words, love and hate, as they are crucial for our presentation, for our speech. And they are very important because love and hate shape our identities on individual level, but also on social level. And by showing what we love or what we hate, we create our bubbles and we create tensions, and it may lead to polarization. When we think about polarization, the top association is politics, probably also for many of you. Polarization like Democrats, Republicans, so all the political tensions that we all know. But nowadays, polarization is associated with many more aspects in our everyday life, with what we believe, what we think, what views we have, we may argue, like, do we eat meat or we don't eat meat? Or do we believe in COVID pandemic or we don't? Maybe some of us believe that Earth is flat, some of us believe it's round. So there are different areas we can argue about. And it all leaves ourselves in the bubbles, and we all live in this very much polarized world.
Me and Marta, we come from one of the most polarized countries, Poland, and this chart aims to show that the feeling of polarization is not only a gut feeling, just casual observation, but it is confirmed also by the data. For example, Digital Society survey shows that even in such countries like Canada or Germany, the polarization index has risen a lot over the last decades. And polarization manifests in many aspects. As Marta said, it refers not only to political choices, but there is no social consensus when it comes also to economy, rights of minorities, or migrant policies even.
Yes, so we are becoming more and more polarized, but we don't want to give you a scientific talk here or political speech. But as we are all dealing with brands, with marketing, we will focus in our presentation on brands. And we pose a question, should brands take a stand in this cultural debates? How should they address different audiences? Is it even possible? And how to build trust and credibility of brands in this very polarized world? And to answer these questions, first we need to take a step back and give you a bit of a theory, just a little bit, and answer the question, where does the polarization come from?
So we went through some chunk of sociological or economical literature, and what we decided to show to you today, we just invited Pierre Bourdieu, the French sociologist, famous for his main work, Distinction, a social critique of the judgment of taste. And what we will employ today is his very influential concept of symbolic violence and revolution. So now, please be patient for 2 slides of explanation. Simply speaking, we shall start with symbolic capital. Symbolic capital is strongly tied with cultural capital, meaning what university you graduated from, or what did your parents taught you, what is your cultural skills. Social capital means your contacts, whom you know, where do you belong, what is your networks. And finally, symbolic capital means just having prestige, respect of authority, being able to influence and shape opinions. Just people listen what you say to them, they believe, they trust you, and they follow the truth you provide them with. But there is some watch out here, because this having symbolic capital easily leads to kind of domination, because then when you have your symbolic capital, you are able to define what is a good taste, what is legitimate knowledge, what is proper behavior. And then the idea of symbolic revolution means that when elites impose their dominant narratives on the general public, there is always some groups, usually with less cultural capital, who often feel left out, they feel excluded, they feel not invited to these dominant narratives, and they perceive these narratives as disrespectful or even arrogant sometimes. And so when the general public starts to perceive these dominant narratives as kind of elite game, the symbolic elites lose their authority.
Yes, so we are in the topic of symbolic revolution, and to visualize you this concept. Just a few examples of the revolutions that took place over last decades. Probably you all know the Cultural Revolution of 1968. You may associate it with flower power, hippie,
peace and love.
Peace and love. Yeah, ideas. And it was inspired by students, artists, intellectuals, and the values that it brought were around freedom, expression, self-expression, individualism. And it was in 68. A few years later, in 1980, more or less, we had the neoliberal counter-revolution that was inspired by the managerial class and by corporation. And the values that it brought were around individual market success, the market primacy, competition. And it was against the welfare state. And in 2010, we had the last revolution, as we think it's last, but it's probably not, the one around the woke culture. The woke culture is, the word woke comes from awakening. Probably some of you know this, maybe many of you know this. The awakening meaning the rights of the minorities, the black people, the colored people. And here the values that this revolution brought were around inclusivity, equality, safety, representation of the minorities, and it was against the dominant model of the white masculinity culture. So we had these three symbolic revolutions, and what's happening now?
Yeah, in a way, these three revolutions left their traces and they built our current culture in a huge way. But now we all feel that the old world built on these liberal ideas, the inclusivity, the democratic order is really shaking. It's trembling at its very core. So we wanted to check how it looks like in our opinion poll. This chart you saw is our opinion poll. I didn't say it before, but it was the poll we conducted in Spain and Poland, just asking people about what brings up their positive and negative feelings. So here we can see that many of the values of woke culture and liberal democracy still remain valid for many. For example, people identify with these ideas of women's right to choose what to do with their pregnancy, the inclusivity concept, the sustainability, multi-culti, European Union. Yet this is not valid for all. Especially in Poland, you can see that ideas like multi-culti, feminism or cosmopolitanism are supported by less than half of society.
And it's not surprising, maybe, because as you already know, the narrative of elites and narrative of the other people, the ordinary people, are totally different. And there are many groups that don't feel represented in the narratives of society, of brands, so they feel that they don't include to the narrative, to the main talk. These are just some examples, but maybe you all wonder if you've seen like unemployed men looking for a job being the main character in the ad, for example, or some representatives of religious minorities. So these and many more groups of people feel that they don't belong to the main narrative. And as a result, we see that there is like the distancing from the main narrative of the elites. And both in Poland and in Spain, around half of our respondents say that they have negative feelings around the politicians, for example, a few percentage less around the financial elites. But what they support, what they feel positive about are ordinary people, like middle class, small business owners, working class, so ordinary, regular part of the society.
Yeah, and what happens when the elite narratives, the dominant narratives, drift away from people's daily reality? It creates a void. And this void becomes a fertile ground for many other ideas, like, for example, conservative claims, slogans, patriotic references. People more and more support ideas like stronger national economy, national defense, but also conservative values referring to religion, order, authority.
And coming back to
coming back to brands, we believe that this introduction remains valid also for our industry, for brands, for marketing, for communication, because the question is, what should brands do about it? Shall they take any position or just stay neutral?
Yes, and we all got used to the brands, the narrative of brands that was very inclusive, very oriented around activist messaging, diversity and inclusion notion. So many brands got involved in this progressive topics. Here are just a few examples. We did a lot of research and we found many more. But for example, Ben & Jerry was involved in the Black Lives Matter movement, Patagonia in ecological topics, Gillette in the toxic masculinity. So they all supported the progressive narrative, but not all.
Now some kind of turn, some kind of gear shift is observed also in brand strategies, in brand communication also. There is several tendencies, trends we observed. For example, some brands just tone down their woke messaging, the activist messaging. Other brands return to the universal values, to people's aspiration, instead of giving them consumers ideological messages. Other brands just just segment their audience and direct different messages to different target groups. And finally, some brands just experiment with counter narratives. We'll show you a few cases later on.
Yes, so to show you a few case studies, we found a few brands that refer to this new narratives. One of the examples is Budweiser that partnered with transgender influencer. But after they faced consumer boycott, they resigned from this partnership and they turned back to the more traditional communication.
Yeah, another case is Nike. They were famous for their activist messaging and this ad, Dream Crazy with Colin Kaepernick, the sportsman and activist, but recently they released the totally different type of advertising. The campaign named "You've Already Won" with Scottie Scheffler, an American #1 professional golfer, a white man, who is shown in his ad just with his son, and the ad is apparently coming to this, let's say, traditional idea of family and fatherhood as central values. Another case discussed widely in the media is the shift of Disney Plus DIY policy. They removed this content warning. You can see here in the bottom that because recently, before this content warning said just that the program may include negative depictions or mistreat people of cultures. Currently, it was put on the content like old cartoons, the Peter Pan or Dumbo, and now it is no longer there. It was removed, and there was a huge discussion around it. Another thing is Kellogg's, the cereal brand, who was used to be engaged in this diversity messaging before, and now they introduced their new campaign, "See You in the Morning," with their mascot Cornelius the cockerel in 3D format. So this campaign refers to the lifestyle, to the beautiful morning routines, and is no longer about the ideological messaging.
Yes, and some brands even take a step further and they refer to the counter narratives, so to the more traditional conservative topics. Maybe some of you know this brand. It's a restaurant in Las Vegas, and they encourage consumers to eat as much as they can of huge burgers with lots of calories and cholesterol. So they actually invite people to deny the healthy nutrition trend and just eat as much as they want. The other case, the recent one, probably you all know it. American Eagle brand used the Sydney Sweeney as their model in their campaign with this claim that she has great genes. Of course, it's a reference to this white female model as a dominating in the communication. And genes meaning genetics, also not trousers. Another case of brands that align with patriotic values. You can see Budweiser again, but also Ford, and they openly say that they become the nation, so they are the nation, and they refer to this patriotic national pride and all the values around the nation. Some brands even take one more step further and they become a bit nationalistic in their narratives, like this Black Rifle Coffee Company. They openly refer to the military, to the patriotic values, but also support the model of the strong American male that's able to defend the country, and it's like an ideal model of masculinity.
Yeah, and what is strategic implications for a brand? I think there is no clear answer. This is what's most important, we would say, is that first of all, don't turn your face from this topic, just face it. Because the question is not if brands should engage, but how they should engage, how they should take their position. So the first idea is not to stick our heads into the sand, but just face what is going on. And the 4A framework is helpful here. So first, just accept that it is happening, contact your audiences, understand them, don't judge. Try to see what is going on and what is valid for them and why the polarization arises there. Second is just align, take a stand, decide, keep your brand core values and be consistent. Fourth, choose your approach, act. You can unite, you can try to focus on common values, you can stand for one side and just still again be the involved brand. Of course, you can finally stay neutral, but be transparent with that you want to be neutral. And finally, adapt, just monitor sentiment shifts, stay in touch with consumers and feel what is going on, what is people's daily reality.
Yes, and we want to leave you with one final comment. So you should keep your eyes open and keep your ear to the ground, because only by analyzing what's going on and monitoring the consumer trends and values in the society, you can build the credible brands that also may have impact on this polarized society. Thank you very much.
So all of these papers are really deep. There's lots of ideas here, so I really do encourage you all to read the papers and engage with the authors after the session. Up next, we have Can AI Stop AI from Faking Surveys by Julia and Bernard. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for the introduction. Also, a warm welcome from our side. I know how packed these sessions can be, so I'd say let's not waste any time and let's dive right in. 38%, 45%, 50%. What do these percentages have in common? They represent the share, the estimated share of poor quality data in our online surveys according to different reports. And while it's true that not all of it is due to fraud, much of it is. And that's not an abstract problem. It comes with a real price tag. According to recent estimates by the Market Research Society, fraud costs our industry, the research sector, $1.5 billion each year. And that's money lost through incentives paid, hours spent on data cleaning, refielding surveys. Just imagine what our industry could do with $1.5 billion each year. Let's take a look at how that poor quality data is generated. A study by Case for Quality back in 2020 revealed that 3% of devices accounted for 19%, almost 1/5 of survey completions. And 40% of those devices, 40, submitted over 100 surveys per day. And if those numbers were bad in 2020, they're certainly even worse now. With AI being so broadly accessible to almost everyone, fraudsters are getting smarter, faster, and harder to detect, unfortunately. And that raised the big question for us: if fraud is evolving with AI, how far can our defenses keep up? What kind of bots can we still detect? And to answer that question, we ran an experiment. Together with Survey Tester, we set up a controlled environment, a controlled setting, where Survey Tester built the bots, the attackers, and we at Rhythm, we are a tool for fraud detection and automated data cleaning, and we built the defense side in this experiment. And the goal was simple: to find out what kind of methods can still hold up and up to what level of sophistication in these bots. And this is how we set things up. So on the defense side, we kept things static. So we had one survey, or the same survey, same approach, same detection approach, same methods throughout the entire experiment. Things were a bit different on the attacker side, because we kept raising the bar, stage by stage, building bots that grew more and more sophisticated. So starting from simple bots, all up until we reached full AI agents with memories that could mimic real personas. And the question now was, which detection methods hold, and that's where the attack side came into place. But before we talk about our experiment, let's take a look at what we already know from previous research about the capabilities of AI bots. So according to different studies, such as those by Dr. Gargisani and her research team at Auburn University, AI agents and bots, they are capable of bypassing many of the traditional checks that we know. They can solve CAPTCHAs and reCAPTCHAs. They can rotate IP addresses and outsmart many of the digital fingerprinting checks that we know. They don't fall for honeypots even anymore. And that means that many of the traditional checks, they have become state-of-the-art. They are good to have, but they are not enough anymore. And that's why in our experiment we decided not to focus or to test those methods again, because the evidence is clear already. Instead, we focused on 4 different in-survey methods. The first one is our AI, or an AI-powered coherence check. So here we used AI to analyze the entire survey, the entire interview, to detect inconsistent and implausible answers. I'll give you an example. Like a respondent would say, Spotify is my favorite podcast platform at the beginning of a survey, but not recognize the brand elsewhere in the questionnaire. So that would be detected as inconsistent answer behavior. Another example, a respondent said once in a global mobility study, oh, I prefer driving a specific car model, and then the AI flagged this respondent or this answer as being implausible because it found out that this car model was just announced on the internet but was not even released on the market yet. So that would be an implausible answer. So we used AI to help us analyze those surveys for consistency and for coherence. Secondly, we used an AI detector to analyze the text provided to open-ended questions. So to look for linguistic signals, the phrases, the words used, etc., and help us classify if an answer shows traces of AI generation. Thirdly, behavioral analytics, also very powerful. So here we don't just look at what answer was provided, but how that answer was written. So by looking at the keystrokes, we can differentiate between human typing, natural typing, copy-paste behavior, or unnatural bot-like typing. And the last one were speeding and click pattern checks. So for speed, we looked at the overall interview duration, length of interview, but we also looked at the time spent on each question or section, because what we realized that bots, they often speed through surveys, but then they idle on the last page before submitting. To make sure this behavior doesn't go unnoticed, we also looked at the time per section or per question. And we also used a technology-based check to analyze grid patterns, like zigzaggers, straight liners, partial straight liners, or more subtle patterns. And those 4 methods, they formed our defense. And it's getting more interesting now when we look at the attacker's side. So Bernhard, over to you. Let's take a look at the bots that you've built.
Thank you, Julia. Okay, yes, we produced different levels of bots. And the first one was the simple bot. Basically, we had that before. We had the technology to interact with a survey through a browser. So the simple bots were really just know how survey worked. There is some kind of page with questions. It needs to answer the questions. It needs to click next. And some specific question types are related to, let's say, other specify means there's a checkbox and there is a text. Both needs to be together used, and other situations like I don't know any of these car brands cannot be combined with others. So for categorical questions or grid questions, this was very clear how it works. It were more or less random answers. For text questions, it was more using like a dictionary with generic answers like I don't know, or that's a good question, or I cannot tell you the answer at the moment, which just didn't make sense in the concrete practice. Now, here is some kind of preview how these bots walk through a survey. You see pretty fast, and then the text question that comes in the next slide just was copy and pasted in. So these bots were really easy to detect. And there was the coherence check. There was just random answers per page. The AI-generated text detection was not really needed because that was just a dictionary. The behavioral check, that was copy and paste for the text. We didn't pass that, and speeding pattern check, very fast. So it was very fast answers that we have seen. Now, the next attack was basically we wanted to change the way the open text were answered. So we used ChatGPT, the API with that model, to give it the question text and produce some answers. And this was basically not very much better because the AI-generated text detection was there, and all the other stuff was all the same, like copy and paste and so on. So that was also not a success from my point of view. It was a success for Julia. But then we started to do more about not what to answer, but how we answer. So simulated typing. And that means the text that was generated was more or less the same, just we added some more sophisticated ways how to do that simulated typing. And when I show you the video, look into the text field, how it was answered, because we are basically doing text and then waiting a little bit, so making typos, correcting the typos with the backspace key. And here you see already that we added some kind of delays after each typed letter. We also did not just copy and paste. We used the simulation of keystrokes in the browser. Key down, key up, waiting after each second sentence, after each letter or word. So that makes it more harder to detect. And as you can see in the bottom, the red ones, behavioral check and speeding patterns, it was not possible with that up-to-date technology to catch these elements. And the next one basically then was really using AI agents with personas. Now, the additional feature here was really to give it a memory. That means we did not use the page by page separately anymore, but gave the AI always the existing questions from the history with the answers we have given, so that it was in scope. That means really the vegetarian people or answers, I'm a vegetarian person, was not really doing any meat selection in the other parts of the survey. We also added persona information and asked ChatGPT produce 500 personas for me, synthetic people that we want to use with a lot of things like socio-demographics, make sure that the first name, for example, matches the country, that the car brands match the country, that the first name matches also the age of a person. And there is some things what we need to change. But it was pretty fast, so you can produce 500 personas in 1 or 2 hours very easily, and then just use them in their answer patterns. And then each persona had also basically their answer pattern, like speedy or slower answering. Okay, in our small test, we had some limitations, obviously. So we had the wish really to break into that system. Now, a real fraudster it's like a burglar having a go into a house, have 5 doors, and the one door is very protected, and the other 4 are pretty small protected, so they won't go to the protected door, they would go to the other doors. But we wanted to break in and had some big efforts to do. Now, then there was basically an exchange between our attacking and Redem's defense. So we knew exactly, okay, this worked this way, and we need to change that way to get to the next level. And then we had always a static survey. So we could make hundreds of tests with that survey and then adopted our strategy. And in real life, obviously, this will not happen so often because the real surveys would kick these guys out. Okay, and what we learned, Julia will go on, I hope.
Thank you, Bernhard. Yeah, there are a couple of things we learned throughout this experiment that we want to share with you. The first one is that effective fraud detection requires constant R&D effort. That became very clear. So what works today may be ineffective tomorrow. It has become increasingly comparable to the fight against computer viruses. So, standing here, the fight against computer viruses. So we constantly have to re-evaluate, refine, and expand our existing data quality checks and fraud detection. Secondly, we've seen that legacy checks, as we said in the beginning, that rely only on IP addresses, geolocation, trap questions, they're good to have, but they're not enough anymore. So they're best complemented by advanced techniques such as looking at the typing behavior, open-end content analysis, checking the coherence. The third one is that unfortunately there is no single check that can detect all forms of fraud. That also became quite clear. Each individual check can be bypassed if the fraudster really focuses on breaking in. So what works best is to have a bundle of different checks or a multi-layered system combining different in-survey quality checks. And the last one is that AI shouldn't only be recognized as part of the problem, it actually should also form a core component of the solution. So don't let AI trick you. Use it in your data quality checks and make it work for you. What is it that we did based on those learnings? What did we change? So firstly, we advanced our existing quality checks. So by analyzing how bots behaved in those surveys, how Bernhard's bots behaved, it gave us some kind of roadmap for our R&D efforts. So linking back to learning number 1, constant R&D is required. Secondly, we started exploring new ways of quality checks. So for example, we looked into optical illusions because we realized throughout this experiment that bots process visual cues and images differently than humans. And that could open up new ways for quality checks to test authenticity inside a survey. And lastly, together with Survey Tester, we've actually launched or prepared or made available the first pen test for surveys, pen tests, penetration tests. We know it from IT security to detect gaps in security. So there it is, standard practice, but not so much in market research. And to make this experiment a little bit, more broadly accessible to the industry, that's why we've launched a survey pen test. So this is what we did. What is it that you can do? Firstly, you could implement a multi-layered approach or detection approach for advanced survey fraud. So using AI detectors when you analyze text to open-ended questions, unnatural typing, so looking at how respondents type in their answers, or checking the coherence of all the answers that they provide. Somewhere they break, because what many careless responders and bots have in common is that they don't really read the question properly. So in total or together, the answers often don't make sense. Secondly, stress test your systems. So either by using the survey pen test or by building your own bots, try to find out where your gaps in detection are and make sure you spot them before fraudsters do. So test how bot safe your surveys and your detection systems are. And lastly, ask your suppliers for transparency and put data quality first. Many suppliers, they have raised their quality standards and are already doing a lot. And for many buyers, the question now is what to look for and what questions to ask. And one resource that you could use, it's available for free, is our data quality and fraud report with some actionable tips and a checklist for buyers that you could use for supplier evaluations or your RFPs. There are also other guides out there from Esomar or the MRS that are quite useful. And one last thought for this session, data quality or protecting data quality is a big topic, and it's often not so straightforward as we've seen in this experiment. So let's use this Congress here to share learnings, to share observations. I mean, it's one of the rare occasions where so many people from all over the world come together. Let's make the most of it. And if you want to exchange thoughts with Bernard or me or have questions, you're very, very welcome to visit us at booth 23. So it's in front of the pub, or just approach us throughout the Congress. We're very happy to connect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. All of the speakers are available after this as well for conversation, to ask questions, and all the papers are available online. Our next up is Ovation MR. Here's the clicker. Here's the clicker.
Should I wait a few minutes for people to come in?
Get going.
I don't think anybody can come in while leaving. Wow. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jim Whaley, and thank you for joining our panel discussion today we're going to explore different aspects of charitable giving and the impact that it makes on global communities and the organizations that give. So we're going to be sharing with you 3 different unique perspectives on charitable giving. And to share those unique perspectives, I'm going to introduce our speakers today. First, we have Tanya Pinto. She's a UX principal researcher at Microsoft, And to make it even more interesting than that, she's also founder of Baldan Charities. Baldan is a children's charity that's celebrating its 20th anniversary now. And they bring much needed nutritional relief and educational programs to children in some of the most critically impacted regions of the world. Secondly, we have Steve Quirk. Steve is president of Quirk's Media. Many of you may be familiar with Quirk's Media. They're a global content and events provider. And they, for more than 30 years that I've been doing business with you, and maybe longer, they've provided a research community. They built a research community to share thought leadership and create a community where people can come together and build stronger partnerships. And then again, I'm Jim Whaley, and I'm founder and CEO of Ovation MR. Ovation MR is a global insights organization who, through providing audiences, insights, and research technology, we make it easier for researchers to do the work that they believe in and trust so that they may help their companies, their communities, or their causes in the pursuit of making what we believe that every day is a great day for discovering why. So getting into it, in addition to our perspectives, we collectively put together a survey instrument among 80 top leaders in the research insight space, whether they're individual company proprietors all the way up through mid-size to very large organizations. It's either the owners or the very senior leaders that have responded to this survey, providing their unique insights. So the good news is that nearly 3/4 of Insights leaders and owners do give to charities, and they do it on a regular basis. And they do it in a way that's highly intentional. So they think about the organizations they give to and the impact those organizations are making when they're choosing who they're going to, give their dollars to. But most of them also articulated the fact that they'd like to do more, but some of the things that are holding them back is the ability to have the assets or the funds needed to do it, to be able to give more. And I think that this sort of correlates with the idea that most companies aren't really seeing charitable giving as a driver of ROI or corporate equity or brand equity. They really see it as a personal choice and something that supports their company's values. So overall, giving happens in an informal way that changes as companies get larger, but most people prefer to support causes privately or, in a more personal way. So with that, we'll just get into the discussion.
Thank you. So this was very interesting data that came out from this survey. And actually, Jim, I'd like to hand it back to you to ask you a question. Having looked at this data, let's talk about companies and who gives to charity. Why is it that the research industry seems to have such a fragmented approach to giving?
Yeah, well, I think, interesting question. I think that if you look at the insights industry, especially how it's evolved today, there are literally tens of thousands of unique research organizations, whether they're small independent practitioners, maybe a couple of people, to mid-sized companies that are maybe regionally focused, have a little bit more infrastructure, a little bit more organization and the resources to maybe form thoughtful approaches to different types of where they spend their money, and then very large. As a matter of fact, over 60% of companies are less than $1 million, okay? And another 20% are in that mid-tier range, leaving only about 15% to be at the very highest ranges. And really, 3 to 5% of those are the people like Ipsos, Kantar, GFK, WPP. So it's really very, very unique landscape. And what we'd see is correlated is that the larger you get as an organization, the more likely you are to give a higher percentage of money to a charity or a nonprofit. And I think that's mainly, again, due to the fact that most organizations that are smaller think about it in a more informal way, and more organizations as they grow, do it in a much more strategic way and have programs to help employees give.
Yeah, and just to add on that, so it was at a conference like this about 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, and having drinks with some market research leaders, and we just serendipitously just all of a sudden started talking about that we each gave. And we actually had this whole conversation of charitable giving, and we were all actually doing the exact same charitable giving. We, at the time, our company, not very big, was giving money to Haiti. And the MREF, the Market Research Education, we founded it as a way, because there was this kind of scattered approach that we were all doing, and we were all small companies, and we're like, well, if we actually brought the community together, we could make a bigger impact. And so kind of from this is why we started the Marketing Research Education Foundation. It was a way for us to come together and not be so fragmented, and we could make a larger impact. So I think, we'll get into this a little bit more, but I think there's what we've learned is, if you can pull people in, instead of doing it ad hoc, you can certainly have a greater impact if you can find like-minded people and pool your funds, especially if you're a smaller company, which in this industry, there's probably 80% of the companies are going to fall in the certainly under 5 million.
Yeah, and I just might add that, MREF does a really great job of articulating the impact that they make, and it helps company owners do a better job of, being part of something that can articulate that impact, which I think is one of the issues that we found in the study, is articulating impact. So with that, I'm going to throw a question out. So given that most people agree that having tangible giving is important, well, almost 2/3, they don't really see giving as impactful or making a dent on their company brand equity or their ROI. And I think that's part of the whole thing that's being unraveled here, is that trying to tie that together and understand how that makes sense strategically. So I'd ask Tanya, so how would you better understand the impact of charitable giving? How can people maybe understand that and digest it a little bit more?
Yeah, well, as a founder of a charity that also works in research, it's a question I get all the time when people say, well, is the impact just the monetary donation? And what I would suggest is the donation is just the start of the impact having a charitable partnership can have on your brand. I have seen it boost employee morale, boost loyalty, and when we've come in and done fundraisers or programs, you can literally see teams light up because they're doing something that they know is going to have an impact out there in the world. And it brings people closer together. I think when there's a consistent messaging around it, when the CEOs and leaders of the company are also really excited and invested in that charitable program, I think it has an immeasurable impact that's way beyond dollars.
Right. I agree. I totally agree. Steve?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. For us at the MREF, what has been amazing is, as smaller companies, maybe giving $5,000 to $10,000 is a lot of money, but we're a group of probably about 50 research companies right now, and we are now collectively donating on average over $100,000 each year to organizations such as Baldan. We found partnerships that we all kind of agree on. And that is, as an individual, being able to say, oh yeah, I gave 5,000, while it's really important maybe to me, that it's harder to make an impact. But as a group, and we can go back at the end of the year and be like, well, we helped kids in the Sudan. We helped girls get education who were displaced because of the Ukrainian war. We're helping a school in Haiti, and so we're making a really impact, and that gives a better story, and it helps us bring more people in. So I think it kind of goes back to the whole thing. If you are smaller and you want to try to make a bigger impact, find people within the industry who are like-minded and try to partner with them, or partner with a Baldan who also has connections to the industry.
Or an MREF.
Or an MREF, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, thank you for that. And then Steve, you're up.
Yeah, so one of the things from the survey that came is that some companies have started to shy away, have indicated that they're starting to shy away because of the political and risk to their brands if they pick the wrong charity, whether it be to their employees or even to the clients, and with social media being called out. So, turn it over to you guys. I mean, when there's a perceived risk of giving to a charity, what can be done about that?
Yeah. Well, I'll take that.
Okay.
So for us, we try to make it as simple as possible, both for the the leaders that are putting money into these nonprofits in an intentional way, and for our employees so that they understand our program and help them get involved, maybe even with volunteering and maybe giving money. But for us, it's just to have these three pillars. And the first pillar is we focus specifically on market research education. So we partner with organizations like the MRII, the Market Research Institute International, and with companies like Significant Insights to really help develop core programs to help provide more and more educations to people that are interested in entering the industry at the beginning of their careers, or maybe making a mid-career change, or just want to upskill in general. So we think that's important to the health of our industry as a whole, and we focus on helping those organizations. The second pillar is really about market research efficacy and longevity. So we partner with organizations like the Archive of Market and Social Research in the UK, who is creating content much like Roper does, the Roper Institute, to store archives of market research from many decades, starting from the 1940s. And so it allows researchers in the industry to go and pull up data from studies from three decades ago and compare that with trends today. And it also provides access to students, both in high school and college, to be able to go and do research that's specifically fact-based and get really good understanding of historical context. And then the last pillar is really helping children be fed and educated in the areas, like I said earlier, where things are needed the most. And if we focus on those three things, we think that it's aligning with our company mission and our company values, and it's something that our customers will find interesting about us beyond just helping them grow their businesses.
Yeah, and as the founder of a charity that's helped children for almost 20 years and provided aid in over 14 different countries, there are risks, and things are getting increasingly polarized these days. And I do get people and donors say to me, well, what if this happens, or why are we doing this in this country instead of another country? And what I always go back to is, what's your why? Why is it that you want to help children in need? What are your company values? Why are you choosing to partner? Have you communicated that to your employees, to your clients? And when you've established that and you've made that part of your narrative, it buffers you against those potential risks. So if something does happen that is polarizing, you've always maintained this notion of why you're giving. Jim's just laid out his philosophy of giving in so many different areas, which is really impressive, and we thank you for it. But I think that having that why articulated, authenticity and alignment can really help buffer you against any potential risks. Because every partnership does have risks, but I think the benefits when you especially give to charities definitely outweigh the risks.
Yeah, that's what we think too. So just kind of winding this up, I'm going to give everybody a last word on what their takeaways were from this. So, Tanya?
Yeah, I think when it comes to charitable giving, be authentic. Authenticity is measurable. Don't worry about just the impact of the monetary donation or the number. They're going to get so many more benefits from partnering with great organizations that need the help. As an industry, you can have a lot of power. As an industry, through MREF, you've helped already, through my charity, to feed hundreds of children, save the lives of hundreds of children. So please don't stop giving. And if you need tips on how to give, what to do, how to make a strategy, come and find us at the end of this presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, find partners and that you can work with, so you can build scale, and you can build scale within your own company, getting your employees involved. And at every level, it doesn't have to be monetary. Do service projects, and even survey your employees. That's what I do. What kind of giving do they want us to give? What do they want us? What kind of volunteer work do they want to do? Because the more people you can bring in, the greater impact you can have. And so, and look within the industry, there are a bunch of nonprofits, whether it's Baldon, the Marketing Research Education Foundation, the MRBA in the UK, and there's just, you'll be amazed. Talk to people. There's so many people who do give, and together we can make just a huge impact.
Yeah, that's true. So I would just say that think about charitable giving as adding more dimensionality to your business, helping build brand trust, brand awareness, also secondarily talent acquisition, not just talent acquisition, but talent retention. People want to work in a place that has purpose, and that's a meaningful, trigger for people to choose who and where they're going to spend a good portion of their life every day. And then, I guess, lastly, I think that people don't really talk about this much is the idea of its impact on your innovation culture in the business. Just in working with these various organizations, having gone through helping solve some of the big challenges they have in order to, to see their mission through to the end. It's caused us to rethink how we solve those big problems. And we've been able to build technology and processes and think about the world differently through connecting with lots of different people from various different backgrounds and perspectives to build better processes within our organization and think more creatively and build an infrastructure that really supports the idea of innovation. So that's our presentation. I just want to let you know that if you're interested in learning more about this, getting the research results from our survey, or getting a guide to best practices and tips on how to implement a program in your organization, or just become more aware of nonprofit and charitable giving, you can click on that QR code, and that'll take you to the MREF site.
Yeah,
and where you'll get some really, really great information. So we thank you for spending the time with us today, and please reach out to us. Ovation is at booth 38. We're kind of in the center, in the middle, against the wall. You shouldn't be able to miss us. And we have lots of people here that would be happy to answer any of your questions. So have a great Congress.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have some housekeeping very quickly. Today is Meatless Monday. So at Esomar Congress, as a way of sustainability and so on, today's Meatless Monday over in that part of the building. On the next slide, there's a town hall today for Esomar members. It's at 5:45 for all Esomar members in here, I believe. All the yes voting from this morning, it's now open on the app, so if you haven't clicked already, please select a person or a presentation that you appreciated. There's mentoring sessions going on at the Esomar booth outside. And now it's time for lunch. We'll see you back here at 2:45. Or not 2:45. 2:10.
Prague is not just about architecture and history. It's also about hearty, delicious foods. While you're here are a couple of dishes you must try out. Marinated beef sirloin served with a creamy vegetable sauce, bread dumplings, and topped with cranberry sauce and whipped cream. A true Czech classic. A rich beef stew, different from the Hungarian version, usually served with fluffy bread, dumplings, or a slice of dark bread. Roast pork with dumplings and sauerkraut, considered the national dish of Czech Republic. A big slab of cheese, breaded